Okay, I'm gonna have to give it a second to get things going. It always seems like, no, don't do that. Whenever I rush these things, and as soon as I hit, it's like go live, and then all of a sudden my speaker's like, hey, is it time to make noise? It's like, no, speakers. I really wish you wouldn't make noise, but they do. Oops. Again, as always, just I copy the link, copy, go to paste it, doesn't paste. Okay, finally. So give me a second here so that we can get things going here. But for tonight, we're going to be covering mostly one topic, and that's going to be the GOP, because it seems like the party itself is in like basically a state of civil war, but it's just really funny watching what's been going on with it, and so that's what I'm going to be talking about. Come on now, Facebook, I don't know why you're doing this to me. Okay. Okay, there we go. All I know is that Gab is a bad replacement for Parler, because Gab has been running like shit for fucking 2 months. You think eventually they'd be able to figure this out. I understand you got a lot of people now using the service, but it can't really take that long to find new servers, and I don't know what kind of servers they found, but apparently they're not very good, because Gab has been running like shit forever. Okay, there we go. Let me see if I can find... There we go. Thank you, Twitter. Where is it? Ah, here it is. Let me see if I can find my quote tweet. There we go. I think mine actually had the most activity. Let's see if any others... No. I had the most popular response to this. So, this is really besides the point. But it does actually matter, because it is kind of just a concession as to the other side. Because I think while the Republican Party has its own difficulties, the Democratic Party is in many ways changing. I don't think that the modern Democratic Party is the same as it was, like, let's say 4 or 8 years ago. A lot of people think that with Biden in office that it's just a continuum of the Obama administration, but I do think it's different. So Byron Brown and I think Governor Cuomo and maybe a few other Democrats in New York, some stupid account called Cuomo Watch, which is basically like a right-wing person on Twitter that's mocking Andrew Cuomo, because if you're talking about New York politics, you're basically, left to talk about Cuomo, because he dominates state politics in a fashion that is unlike just about any other politician. I can't really speak to other people's states, but, I see people talk about, like, what's his name, DeSantis in Florida, but it's not just him. It's not just him and that's it, and he's, like, basically a representative of the entire state and runs the entire state like his own fiefdom. But in New York, it is how you could describe Andrew Cuomo. And right now, Andrew Cuomo is getting dragged by the MSM because he's done a total 180 on COVID, because the state is falling the fuck apart and is desperate for fucking money that it hasn't gotten and it needs. So he's basically saying, fuck the experts, fuck COVID, the lockdown, fuck it, we have to open up because the entire state is falling the fuck apart. And I think he realizes that one of the only things that really jeopardizes his ability to win re-election is the possible outcome of the COVID lockdowns. That without the money that's necessary to keep all the gibbers happy, that he doesn't have a chance, because then he doesn't have any capital to work with. I mean, that's how New York State politics works, is we get you elected and then you give us the gibs. But in any case, this account on Twitter made fun of Cuomo by quoting Maxine Waters and attributing the quote to, as a joke, to Maxine Cuomo Watch. It's a joke. The account is called Cuomo Watch. It's a joke. And Andrew Cuomo took it as dead serious, and so did Byron Brown, who's the mayor of Buffalo, who, he's just one of those kind of guys where if it weren't for the fact of identity politics, of black identity politics in Buffalo, this guy very likely wouldn't be mayor. He would be a city councilor or a judge or something, but he probably wouldn't be just the mayor permanently in Buffalo, who stands no chance at ever being taken out of office because he just has the ability just to say, well, I'm black, and 95% of black people in Buffalo go, oh, he's black, so he wins. So Byron Brown says in response to this joke tweet, threats against public servants are anti-American, not un-American, anti-American. Those who are engaged in acts of intimidation or violence must be held accountable for trying to undermine our system of government. And the problem is that I would agree in principle with this if it was actually a principle that I think Byron Brown and the Democratic Party actually abided by. But as anyone with any sense knows, this is actually a quote of Maxine Waters, who did incite her supporters to either harass or engage in acts of violence against Republicans, members of the Trump administration. That was the entire point of her speech, was to incite either mobs, to intimidate, or violently attack members of the Trump administration. The moral question is not on our side. The moral question is that of the Democrats. Do they support Maxine Waters' statement or not? And this is one of those things where they will simply never address it. They will never address this because they realize that it will require them to police their own side. And they actively do not want to do that. They see themselves as so ascendant that it would only serve to harm them if they were to police their own side. Not just in terms of their rhetoric, but in terms of their behavior. And you could see that as well with Katie Hill, that what brought down Katie Hill was the Republicans scrutinizing her, and the image of her, it tainted an actual fact about the left, which is that they have abandoned any sense of morality, that they have abandoned any sense of decency. And while they wield rhetoric to that effect against the right, and they're doing it every day to the right, they don't actually believe in any of this. The right are those who got rid of Katie Hill. The left, if they were left to their own choices, would have left her in place, because that is another piece on the board for them. No one in politics removes a piece from the board voluntarily. No one does that. You don't reduce your power by, arbitration. It is always through pressure. It is always through the sense of your own power and what threatens it, what could question it, what could bring up the greater issue of what, you claim to have a moral basis. What is it actually? And so that's why Katie Hill went away. Even though she fought against it, and so did the MSN, they were in her corner, she still went away because the right wing pressured the left and brought up the question of why, if we believe what she did is wrong, can you say the same? And so rather than address that question, they just got rid of her. And the only reason they did that was because of us. It wasn't voluntary. It wasn't because they admitted she did something wrong, even though she did in more than one instance. It was because it was a question to the fact that these people don't have any moral basis to justify the power they wield. It is nothing more than reassuring their own power that they got rid of her. And the same with Maxine Waters. Byron Brown, if he were fair, or Andrew Cuomo, would address this, would address the fact that here they are condemning this random account on Twitter, when in fact, this person is just lampooning and quoting one of their team, a member of their team. That was the entire basis of the tweet, and that's what they're condemning. So do they actually condemn Maxine Waters? The answer is no. And the reason is she's on their side. She's part of their faction. She helps in retaining their power, so they will just simply not address it. I know how some of you can say, well, how is that relevant to what we're going to be talking about? But I absolutely think that it is relevant, because this is the cudgel that they are continuously beating the right with, and the right is continuously falling for it. The right keeps falling for the idea of, what does the left think about us? How does the left view us? How does the establishment, which is left-wing, is partisan for the Democrats, how does it view us? How do the institutions view us? When in fact, it's an illegitimate question. It's an erroneous thought, because the left wing does not police its own side. The left has completely abandoned any sense of morality. And so when you're sitting there thinking, pondering and, rocking back and forth in your chair uncomfortably as to, what does the left think about us? Why are you even thinking that, when this is the side that, if we did not push back on, that they would be engaging in incitement to violence every day of the week, because that's what they were doing after the Capitol Hill event. They're out there calling every right-winger a terrorist. And that is nothing more than both a direct call to violence for the public, but also a demand for the state to crack down on right-wingers for no other reason and by no other identity other than they are right-wing. They're right-wing, therefore they are a terrorist, which would imply that there should be an action taken. You're not just saying that. It's not just empty rhetoric. You mean to say that the government should take action. So that is incitement to action. And how does the government operate? Through force, which means you are inciting to violence. There is the question over state violence and the justification of it. But being that you're not delineating in any way between who is and isn't a terrorist, it's just the right wing are terrorists, therefore take action, that is you calling for state violence just based on your political enemies, which is immoral. So, this is why I talk about morality so much as it relates to these issues. Because while the left will constantly hammer us with topics of morality, they are simply, the best way that I can explain it is if atheists were taking a Bible, a copy of the Bible, and beating a right-winger with it. I'm going to take this copy of the Bible and I'm literally going to physically beat a Christian with it, despite the fact that I don't believe in any of it. That I think it's just fiction. This is just creative fiction. But I'm going to use this I'm going to espouse these standards that are within the Bible, but I don't believe in any of it. And I'm going to use it as a weapon against my enemies. I don't know why so many people still on our side are falling for this, when this is the obvious tactic, that it is nothing more than a tactic. These are not universal values that we all believe in. We're all Americans. No, they don't believe in these standards. They don't believe in them. Because when they're pushed and when their own side violates these so-called standards, they don't police their own side. They don't stand by their supposed standards. They always abandon them. They always shirk that moral responsibility of owning up to their own actions. They simply, act as though that they are themselves arbitrary standards that they don't need to abide by. And yet our side continuously falls for this problem of accepting this criticism as though it's real. It really is one of my real frustrations with the right. And so the real topic of this stream is Marjorie Green. Where's her name? Fuck off, AP. Yeah, Marjorie Green. I'm going to start this stream by disavowing hyphenated last names. I hate hyphenated last names. And I swear to God, I swear to all of you, if I'm ever lucky enough to be in a position where I am in a long-term relationship with a woman where, marriage is now on the table, there is going to be no question as it relates to it. You're going to take my fucking last name. You're not going to call yourself, by your maiden name and then my name. No, it is going to be my name that you take. Because I hate hyphenated last names. I hate them. So I'm going to refer to this woman as Representative Marjorie Green, which should be how we all refer to her and how she should refer to herself. You are married. Stop using your fucking maiden name. I gotta say that there are elements of modernity, there are elements of modern society that I fucking hate, and that is one of them. I fucking hate the idea of hyphenated surnames. I hate it so much. You people don't even understand how much I hate it. What I love too is, man, I'm the big dick fucking Christian. I'm the big traditionalist. I'm a conservative. Well, conserve your last name, bitch! Conservatives who conserve nothing. In any case, yeah, I have a problem with that. I am sitting here as an atheist, and I'm complaining about this. And I'm an evangelical Christian. I'm a big dick Christian and conservative. Why do you accept this? Why does your fucking faggot husband accept this? Anyways, this Representative Marjorie Green, is a Trump-supporting, America First style congresswoman. She is someone that is ostensibly on our side. But like anyone who is on our side, whether it be a woman like this or it's an old school boomer, a lot of these people come as, I don't even want to say diamonds in the rough, because I think that gives her a lot more credit than she deserves. They come with baggage. Let's put it like that. None of them are perfect. None of them are ever really well spoken. I've talked about this in the past of the boomers that are on our side. None of them are very well spoken. She is regarded as incredibly conspiratorial, but I've read through some of the things that she said, and I agree with about half of them. And I don't find half of them to be particularly conspiratorial. She does believe things that I do believe to be unverifiable and conspiratorial. But one of the things that you have to consider is whether these are her own personal beliefs, or whether she's going to carry these things into her public office. That is a fair question that you could ask her. Is Representative Green, would you've talked about this in the past. Would you like to clarify that? And secondarily, or I guess more importantly, would you act upon these personal beliefs in office? And I would wager that her response would be, no, these are my own personal beliefs, and I'm just speculating. I don't know for certain. I'm just speculating. These are my opinions, and that's why they're opinions. I would say that she would probably be sensible enough to just say something like that. And I would say that you should always be charitable enough with somebody to just accept that. If they do engage in behavior that says otherwise, then you call them out, and you probably vote them out of office. But the problem with this is not only the lack of charity in the obvious sense of the total cynical nature of people attacking her, but the issue of we're so far down the line now that someone like this, who I don't find to be a great representative for our side, not because she believes some conspiratorial stuff, but because she's really inarticulate, that's what I don't like about her. Really inarticulate. And she speaks like a black woman, let's put it like that, and I can't stand it. It's like, I am known in some regard for repeating myself, but when I repeat myself, it's to stress a point. What it isn't is me repeating myself like 7 times in a fucking row for the sake of trying to find what I want to say next. And a good example is a video that I saw of hers earlier today where one of the things she's being criticized, let me see if I can find that tweet by Ted Lieu. Yeah, right here. So she, in this video, which is like 30 seconds long, or 48 seconds long, okay, she makes one statement in this video, okay? This is 53 seconds long, actually. 53 seconds long. In this 53-second long video, so a minute, she says one thing. One thing. She makes one point in a minute. And the reason why they're attacking her in this video is because she says the word retarded. In this video, at one point, she says, these people are retarded.
I'm not trying to talk down on people with Down syndrome, but that's what these people are.
Hold on.
Retards. I'm sorry. I know that's an offensive word, and I'm not.
They're trying to attack her because she said the word retard. And the issue is do I think Ted Lieu really gives a shit that she said the word retard? No. But the thing is, people stupidly are like, oh, PC, blah, blah, blah. It's like, but I know that this is one of the elements of the right. That the right has been pushing against saying the word retard. The right is one of the reasons why retard became an offensive word. The right did that because of Down syndrome kids. So this is the left, once again, engaging in a tactic where they know they can club us because we do have a faction on the right that are politically correct and are politically correct around people with mental illness or they are, in fact, mentally retarded. The right does have an element to it that is, in fact, politically correct, and it is around the issue of abortion. That the anti-abortionists do push the idea of political correctness around kids that have Down syndrome and other such things. She even addresses that in this video. So why else would she say that if it wasn't just a fact that on the right, this does exist? And that what Ted Lieu is doing here is appealing to that faction on our side. The right-wing response to this was like, oh, well, we're not politically correct. What is he doing? No, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know our side. You don't know the right wing. You don't understand what they're doing. None of this is without reason. None of this is just being done like, oh, we're going to throw everything at this woman but the kitchen sink. No, it's very deliberate. Let's see here. So this is pretty much the basis of the stream. It's a newscast, but this is pretty much because I have like 100 fucking tweets of like articles and all sorts of shit where all we could spend like the next few hours talking about is just this one case of this random fucking representative who the establishment, the status quo, the powers that be are trying to get rid of. They're trying to get rid of her because she represents what I've been talking about of filling the void. We're getting rid of the rhinos were out on safari, were playing the role of Van Pelt, or what's-his-face Hunter, the African hunter, and they're coming for people like her because she is America first. She is somebody that if we put our agenda forward would be on board with us for about 95% of things. This is the kind of representative that would be with us for 95% of the things that we want. So that's why they're targeting her. She's weak. She's inarticulate. She is yet to really effectively defend herself because she's one of these kind of people who just, I guess I'll just say, is not a rhetorician. Just doesn't know how to engage in rhetoric. Doesn't know how to articulate herself well. Is, in fact, weak. And it's not me attacking her, really, because, like I say, she would be with us for 95% of issues, and that's what makes her valuable to us. And the fact is that about half the things that she has articulated that are being regarded as conspiracies, I agree with. I largely agree with her position. And that most conservatives would agree with her. Not in just, in terms of declarative statements, but in questioning, in skepticism towards. A very, very large percent of conservatives or right-wingers would agree with her perspective, or at the minimum, being skeptical towards the issue itself. And those are the things that these people are condemning her for. And it's why I can't stand where you have people like Mitch McConnell coming up and saying, oh, she's crazy, she's a loony, she's a cancer to our party. Because the fact is that Mitch McConnell isn't some senator. He is the leader he's now the minority leader in the Senate. And as a leader of the party, you should not be attacking members in this fashion. Your own members are not the enemy. Your enemy is the other side. It is your political rivals. They are your enemy. So even if you disagree, you have to frame it from the perspective of, well, she said things that I don't know if I really align with her on, but I have to say that I find a lot of the attacks on her to be completely, if not uncharitable, to be totally cynical. That people are attacking her in a fashion where they don't even believe what they're saying. The attacks they're having against, they're making against her, they don't even really believe in. They're just attacking her, trying to convince all of us to eject her for no other reason than her opinions. She's not engaging in any actions. It's her opinions that they disregard. And that, hey, I have my problems with her opinions too. And maybe we should talk to the people in the House, whatever House ethics, whatever bullshit, because I don't even know if there's even a question there as it relates to her ethics, because she's not acting on her opinions, as far as I can tell. So what are we really condemning her for? That is how you disagree with what someone is saying, but you don't shit on what is supposed to be your team. And this is coming from somebody right now who's some random jagoff in his basement streaming this with very little political experience and who's unemployed. I'm sensible enough to understand this, that this is how you do it as a political leader. You don't shit on your own side and call a faction of your own side, which makes up the bulk of your base, cancer. It is such a destructive and stupid fucking thing for this guy to do. And just today I saw Steven Crowder say that one of his biggest targets is Mitch McConnell, that he believes Mitch McConnell needs to go. And so this is the kind of consensus that everyone is coming to. Whether it's me, it's Steven Crowder, it's all these people on our side that have some level of political acumen. We all realize that there's these people within the party that do need to go, not because I'm so angry with them because of the election or anything else. It's because you are ruining our fucking party and you're lessening the chances of us winning in the future. You're hurting our chances. It isn't simply that of, oh, I disagree, or fuck you, or I'm angry, or, Trump should have won, any shit like this. It is simply, you are hurting our chances of winning the House in 2022 and doing anything in 2024. You are actively hurting us. And so, from that perspective, you need to fucking go. It isn't just that you are dead weight on the party. You are actively hurting us. So, it's one of my growing frustrations, and thankfully I'm not alone anymore in this, that there are seemingly more and more people that are speaking up about this particular issue. I wish they're doing it in such a forceful fashion, but I do wish that more people would, at a minimum, defend people like this representative and say that while she might have opinions that you don't necessarily agree with, she's not being given the position where she can, at a minimum, articulate clarify her argument, or clarify her opinions, or clarify what role her opinions have on her being a representative. She's not even being given that by anyone. Not even on her own side is she being given that level of charity. It's just, pivot to, oh, fuck Mitch McConnell, or pivot to, we gotta win, so come together. It's simply that, if you want to be fair, you have to, at a minimum, give this woman the opportunity to, at very least, express herself and clarify the issue itself. If you actually believe that this is an issue for the reasons you're saying, and it's not just an empty fucking tool, it's not just a tire iron with, morality written on the side of it that you're beating somebody with. Because that's all I see that it is, you're trying to put some kind of fucking sheath or cloak over what is otherwise just a weapon. And even our own side is failing to address that is what is occurring here, and what has been occurring more than just in this one instance. So yeah, thankfully the Hill can articulate this well enough that the strategy is, there's multiple strategies in play, but what the left in the establishment is trying to do is spur on a civil war in the GOP between, I guess you could say, three factions. Within the GOP, you have the MAGA crowd. You have the spineless stock Republican, and then you have the internationalist phony right wing. Basically, I have all tweets. I can name the names now. It's Max Boot. It's let's see here. What do we got? Bill Kristol. Anna Navarro, something Mexican. Bill Kristol's a big one. Joe Walsh, David Frum, Dan Crenshaw, Peter Major, David French, Kevin McCarthy. Although Kevin McCarthy's more in Spino stock Republican. He's more of that than he is. Liz Cheney. What these people are basically like satellites. There are these faction of satellites that are orbiting around the GOP. They're no longer within the GOP. A lot of these people who I just named. A lot of these people are no longer within the GOP. They're now outside the GOP. And they're orbiting around it. But all of these people were once within the GOP. All of them. These were all former bigwigs within the Republican Party. And they got completely ejected in 2016. In 2016, all these people Win Independent, Justin Amash is another one, Jeff Flake, they basically quit the GOP, they got ejected from the GOP, they left the GOP, they did all of these things to distance themselves from the GOP. And so they're not really part of our party anymore. And it's either been because they've been forced out, the money's dried up, or they have left voluntarily because they don't really see themselves as Republicans anymore because the Republicans, in some way, are actually articulating certain policies and positions that are more aligned towards philosophical conservatism, or in many ways, which, I'm, defensive of, that they are ideologically nationalistic. That if they're conservative just sort of incidentally. Like, by the by, it's conservative to be a nationalist. Like, you are incidentally more conservative by being a nationalist, because your main focus is around domestic politics, and it isn't going to be you acting in such a manner where you're not going to have libertine nationalism, something like that. No, it is going to naturally be more conservative. And so you have all these people who are not conservatives. Like, they aren't really philosophical conservatives. These are philosophical liberals. All the people that I just named are all philosophical liberals. They are not philosophical conservatives. That isn't actually their ideology. Because you can tell that by their main. What are their two focuses? Economics and international relations. If like I say, I'll go down the list. Let me scroll back down my Twitter, and I'll give you these names again. Okay. I'll give you these names, and you tell me what their speciality is. If you are in any way you should have some level of political acumen. If you have the minimum level, you know what these people are about. Okay. Liz Cheney, Mitt Romney, David French, Joe Walsh, Bill Kristol. I think there might be one more. I think I said David Frum. Who is it? I thought there was one more. Maybe not. Okay, well, out of the names that I read, I guess it was going to be Bill Kristol again. Out of the names that I read, what issues define those people? And it is international relations and finance or economics. That's what their primary issues are, what they base their politics around. It isn't issues that are naturally conservative outside of, I have a problem with abortion or some shit, or I'm a Christian. In a nation where, 80-something, it's not even 80, it's 90-something% of people in the United States are Christian, self-avowed Christians. Oh, you're also a Christian. Well, congratulations. Everyone is a fucking Christian in this country. So to say you're a Christian doesn't denote that you are naturally Christian or conservative, rather. Like a Christian conservative. It doesn't mean that you're actually abiding by any of the shit the Bible says. Okay? Fucking, Joe Biden is a fucking Catholic who can't even receive communion. And yeah, I'm Christian, I'm a Catholic, blah, blah, blah. It's well, you're a guy that is so, you're a Catholic that is so outside of the actual basis of what it means to be a Catholic that you've been denied communion. So how serious are you about your faith at that point? It really begs that question. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, yeah, so this is the reason, for anyone that's curious about the title of the video. Man, this is one of those fucking tweets where it's just one of those things like, Bill Kristol, you shouldn't be saying shit like this. You shouldn't say shit like this, Bill Kristol. So Marjorie Green says, the DC swamp and the fake news media are attacking me because I am not one of them. I am one of you, and they hate me for it. Bill Kristol says in response, you are not one of me. So this is a nonsensical statement. You are not one of me. That doesn't make any sense. That is not proper English. That doesn't make any sense. What he means to say is, you are not one of us. And it's a question of, okay, Bill Kristol, what do you mean by one of us? What do you mean by that? Who's us? Who's us exactly? What do you mean by us? Bill Kristol? What do you mean by that? Because certainly you don't mean one of me. That doesn't make any sense. It's one of us. So who's us? Bill, I'm curious who you think us is. And it's what I mean. Like, I'm serious in the way that I said on Twitter. Like, I don't agree with the really weird implication of the tweets. Because it is like a really weird implication with that tweet. But what he means is the internationalists, like the neocons. That is who he means. And yes, that's true. That is true. That Marjorie Greene, regardless of her faults, is an American First representative. That is her agenda. That's what she's operating on, is America First, which is, whatever you want to say, call it populism. It's not. I keep talking about that. It's not populism. It's nationalism. That is what America First is. It is nationalism. I just can't stand the populism and the fucking, Trumpism. It's like, eventually, irrespective of, we either evolve past Trump, and I'm not saying, like, eject Trump, eject Jared Kushner, but I'm not saying eject Trump, but we either outgrow Trump or we die as a new movement. That is the nature of a political movement. It cannot be based around one man, especially one man who has just been cast out of power and is now basically voiceless. That is not a good axis to wrap around for the movement. That's not a smart idea. Because if you're going to have a leader, it must be someone that is effectively a good leader, and I don't think Trump is. And I've made the case in videos and in streams that I don't think Trump was an effective leader. I think he was a good campaigner. I think he was a good speaker to his base, and raised a lot of money and did a lot of good, and it kicked off a movement, and was the catalyst. And you can call him Mr. Catalyst. Call him the catalyst of the America First movement. Whatever. He has his place in history, really. But we aren't going to have a history if we don't really get the reins on this and say, no, it's not Trumpism. It is a nationalist movement. That we are a nationalist movement. That is, in fact, what it is. That when you're espousing populism or Trumpism, what it is in actuality is nationalism. That is what you're espousing. That's what you're advocating. That is the platform you're putting forward. Those are the policies you're trying to get in place. Nationalism and nationalistic policy. Or just nationalist policy. And the fact is that the Bill Christos of the world, the Max Boots of the world, actually, that's the person I forgot about, Max Boot. I don't know where his tweet went. I got it here somewhere. But, that's what defines us from them. That is the us and them in this situation. It is we the nationalists and they the internationalists. That is who this, what's happened here. Is that we have defined ourselves as nationalists, even though we haven't done it very well. We don't seem to be very good at articulating that. And that they have ultimately decided that they are the internationalists. That is their faction. They are fighting for the same side. That the neoliberals on the left and the neocons on the right, they have merged. That is the new Democratic Party. We are no longer the Democratic Party of 8 years ago. It's now the party of neoliberals and neoconservatives who have basically bought off the progressives. Like the progressives, I don't know if anyone's noticed this, but the progressives have basically lost all of their fortitude. The progressives have totally abandoned the idea of challenging the status quo on their own side. They've completely abandoned that. The left wing has gone from we're going to take over the Democratic Party to we have basically been incorporated into the corporate order. They have basically been bought off as though they were like a gang. They're the 6th Street Gang or the Tiger Claws in Cyberpunk. They've basically been bought off by the corpos. They know this, and they accept it. So Antifa and Black Lives Matter and all these other people, It's like they can say whatever they want to about whatever their own politics are. Like, oh, I'm an anarcho-communist, or I'm a socialist libertarian, or libertarian socialist. I'm a democratic socialist, or whatever. No, you are a fucking lackey for the corporations. You are nothing more than a foot soldier for the oligarchs. That's what you are. You can claim, you can have all your identifiers, you can, tattoo a hammer and sickle on your fucking arm. You are just a flunky for the corporations. And you know it. You know it. You have accepted it. You have accepted your fucking place as a fucking lackey for the corpos. They've given up. As far as I can tell with the left, they have given up. They have basically just taken the money. And that all this shit about, rampaging in the streets and rioting and all this other shit and LARPing all the way, claiming themselves to be communists and, we're going to take over the government and topple capitalism and white supremacy. They don't mean it. They're either so deluded that they don't understand that they've been bought out, or they're just saying it for the sake of role-playing, but otherwise, they have accepted their place in the hierarchy. They know that they've been bought, and they just accept it. Because they voted, in some capacity, voted Biden in, and they accept it. They accept it now. That they have just been bought out. They're not fighting anymore. As far as I can tell, everybody, name the person who's still fighting. Name the fucking idiots. Like Jimmy Dore, or fucking, Tim Pool. Like the handful of fucking idiots that still think that there's some side, there's some legitimacy to the left, that there's something to the left that remains legitimate. The fools that rake in money to say shit like that. All the while raking in all this fucking money that they're espousing just naked lies when the left has sold out. They are bought, they are owned. Back in my day, back in 2008, okay? Or even before that, let's say fucking 2003, 2004, okay? 2003 to 2008, the left wing screaming about how anti-war they are. Screaming about xenophobia, screaming about this and all this shit, military-industrial conflicts. They are owned by the same companies. They are owned by Wall Street. They sold out to these firms, to these companies. They are lackeys of them now. All Lockheed Martin had to do was start participating in fucking pride parades, and the left wing sold out. So, a bit of a tangent on this, but I just want to say that for the sake of the fucking arguments that I still see, there is no dissent on the left anymore. There is no legitimate left anymore. The corporate left is the left. They have sold themselves to the same fucking defense contractors that fucking 2 years ago they were claiming is responsible for American imperialism and all this shit. They don't actually challenge them. They don't challenge the military-industrial complex. They don't challenge Wall Street. They don't challenge the intelligence agencies. They don't challenge this, state control. They don't challenge any of these things. The left does not challenge anything as it relates to American imperialism or capitalism or white supremacy or any of this shit. They don't challenge any of it. They have sold themselves out to it. And so the thing is with it, Glenn Greenwald, I don't even know if he's still, Glenn Greenwald is one of the last few actual leftists, but I don't even know if he believes that. I don't know if he actually believes that there's a legitimate element to the left. I don't, find me an article from Glenn Greenwald in the last couple of months, because I can tell you, recently from listening to Glenn Greenwald, he certainly doesn't sound like he actually believes there's a legitimate element of the left. He doesn't sound like that to me. He sounds like a broken man who's given up, who's like thrown in a towel and has basically said like, I don't even know what to do anymore because I'm left like in no man's land. Because the left are nothing but corpos, neocons, and their lackeys that are out there in the streets breaking windows, espousing fucking utopian horseshit that they don't even believe in. But yeah, I just want to I know it's a tangent, but I just simply want to say that because I think it bears it not necessarily repeating, because it's something I've been saying in general for years, but I think that it needs to be said now more than ever that by all appearances, like the element of the left, like even the progressives, all the fucking piss and vinegar over the years about taking on the Democratic Party, they sold out. Bernie Sanders sold out. AOC sold out. They're all selling out. They've all sold out. All these fucking people have sold out to Wall Street, the defense contractors, to the fucking alphabet soup agencies. They've sold out. They've basically joined in with the status quo and said, well, at least I can get my 2 stacks out of this, and I can wield power. I can be oppressive and vindictive and oppress the right wing. So fuck it. I'm just going to accept the paradigm. I'm going to merge with the paradigm. That is what they have done. Well, in Tim's defense, somebody in the chat says that he plays into all the games and that he adopts all their language. I would say that that's at least partially true from what I've heard of him, but he's hardly alone in adopting the language of the left. Like, there's so many people on the right wing that piss me off that the right wing or the left wing will just put a word forward, and it's like 24 hours before the entire right wing, like every fucking right wing commentator, it's 24 hours before they adopt every single fucking left wing new language word. Like, the left invents a word, the right wing just endorses it. It really pisses me off. So Tim's hardly alone in that. He does do it, but he's hardly alone. Let's see what else is here. I addressed that. So here is how I know that Marjorie is on our side. Because this is one of the truest things that I've seen in quite a while from a representative. I'm going to zoom in so you can see it. Oops, excuse me. Zoom out. Okay, that's good. Marjorie, in response to Mitch McConnell just shitting on her, just unfairly shitting on her, she says in response, the only real cancer for the Republican Party is weak Republicans who only know how to lose gracefully. Unbelievable, like just taken straight out of my mouth. Unbelievably true. Unbelievably true. And this is who she's speaking about. She's speaking to the stock Republicans that the only thing that they know to do, and it's how I mock certain people like who I think is included in this, who I've made fun of in the past, is Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is absolutely one of these people. And I don't think he's a bad guy, but I think he needs to get his head out of his fucking ass. Because he is absolutely one of these stock Republicans who, if he was given the least amount of pressure, he's never really faced it. Not really, okay? If it's what he muses about running for political office, he would get pounded into the ground like a fucking nail, like a pile driver would. You know, he would just get pounded into the fucking ground because he fundamentally has never faced this kind of adversity of understanding the nature of the attacks, but at the same time understanding politically that you winning is more important than your own sense of grace. That your own sense of, how people view me is less important than you achieving power. That is always the more important thing. Is if you believe in your own character, if you have faith in your own character, if you actually have confidence that you are a good person, a moral actor, if someone runs up and says, you're a racist, you're a fascist, you're this and that, you should turn away or look to them and say, fuck you, I'm not any of those things. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just standing here defaming me. Fuck you. When you have confidence in what you believe, you get angry when someone defames you. But when you're one of these people who are weak, who are not confident about your beliefs, about your character, about, who you are, you fold. And you are in this position to where, how I've said it is that you'll give the most well-spoken concession speech ever given. That these kind of Republicans are vying to give the most articulate concession speech that any Republican has ever given. That is basically their function, is to gracefully lose to Democrats. So this is how I know Marjorie is on our side. She fundamentally understands this, because this is exactly one of the huge problems with the Republican Party, is that it fundamentally doesn't know how to win, and when it does, it doesn't know what to do. Even when it gains all the keys to power, it just sits there. And I would say that includes Trump. Trump is as well in that group of Republicans who take power, who then just sit there and go, what do we do? What the fuck are we going to do now? We won. What do we do? So that's why I see Trump running in 2024. No thanks. I don't want Jared Kushner to get a second term. No thank you. I want Trump to be out there on the campaign. I want Trump giving speeches. I want Trump meeting, MAGA hat Republicans. I want Trump doing fundraisers. I want Trump to be part of the right, part of the GOP, part of the nationalist movement. He's obviously the catalyst of America First, so sure, keep Trump in. But a second term for Trump, no thank you. And this is how you should say to anybody. Anyone talks about a second term for Trump, just say this. I don't want a second term for Jared Kushner. Because that is the fucking truth about Trump. There's many good things about him. He was a terrible leader. He's on our side, and he's got a lot of positives and all that, but he was a terrible leader. He had a million opportunities to really push things forward, and he fucked up over and over and over, and finally his fuck-ups caught up to him. And then the ultimate, what would it be? What is it? It's the sleight of hand, but the ultimate shell game. If it came down to the final shell game of the election, he lost again. He knew what was coming. He failed to do anything. He lost again. So no thank you, sir. No thanks. You fucked up enough to, even when you got cheated out of your own seat of office. And you saw it coming. You knew it was coming, and you failed to do anything about it. No thank you. Just not a bad guy, but a fuck up in office. Total fuck up. Somebody in the chat had it exactly right, and this is what Carl has said. Carl Benjamin has also said this. Trump had too much faith in the American system and thought him being president would make people below him fall in line. Exactly. And that is how a stupid person views politics. That is how a stupid person... And the thing is, too, it's lazy. It's so, I don't even want to get into it because it's just going to be me shitting on Trump. But it is a very conceited, lazy, dumb way of viewing politics. That... The way that if you want to engage effectively in politics, there's no better rule than if you want it done, do it yourself. The most effective politicians in American history, or even in world history, are not the politicians who delegate fucking every responsibility to somebody else. It's those that handle the situation themselves. Those are the most effective politicians. The least effective ones are the ones who delegate every fucking responsibility to their fucking subversive, disloyal fucking lackeys. Trump was basically a dog who actually caught the car. I would say that's a little too... it indicts him a little too much in a way that I don't agree with. He won and he wanted to win. Whether he expected to win or not is up to a question. According to Steve Bannon says that Trump was expecting to win. That basically Trump in full grace was like, hey, we won, I knew we could do it, etc., etc. He was in the room at the time, and that's how he says it went, as far as I remember him saying. And I'm willing to believe that. I don't think that Trump lacks in confidence. So the whole, like, Mr. Gary or Mr. McGarry, whoever it is from South Park, of, like, trying to lose or not trying to win or anticipating a loss, I don't think that's true. I think that Trump did expect to win. And that's from people who were in the room at the time, that he was thinking he was going to win. That it was a long shot, but he had bet on himself to win, and that Steve Bannon and him were both convinced they were going to win it. And I'm more than willing to take them at their face that they did believe they were going to win. The problem was that once Trump did win, he delegated too much. That was his greatest sin, was looking at issues that he saw as really important. And with the wall was the only thing he actually pushed. It was like the one fucking thing he really pushed. And even with that, he delegated. And it really was his greatest sin of, like, fundamentally believing that he could be out playing fucking golf and letting his lackeys take care of things for him, when it's like, you know, I don't know what he was thinking, especially in his latter 2 years, like the last 2 years of the first term, when he was doing almost fucking nothing. And it was like, oh, well, we lost Congress. And it's like fucking Joe Biden gives a shit about Congress. Like, he's going to give a shit about Congress in 2 years if the Republicans take it back. Like, he's going to give a shit that he's going to lose the House and not push everything that he has in mind forward. Come on. Yeah. So I don't really want to spend an hour shitting on Trump, but unfortunately, I don't support him running in 2024. I support him, you know, basically passing the torch to somebody who basically understands politics better than he does, and just, when questioned about this particular issue, can actually give an answer. That if you are in office and we're demanding these certain things and you're promising these certain things, how are you actually going to achieve them? Are you actually going to delegate them, or are you going to pursue them? And if you are going to pursue them, are you going to be an overly litigious faggot and accomplish next to nothing? Or are you actually going to use the mechanisms of the state to just accomplish them? Because it is as simple as that. If the mechanisms of power exist for you to accomplish X, there is no reason in the world why you wouldn't just utilize them. You don't need Congress, you don't need the courts, you don't need any of this, you just do it. That's how a competent leader acts. They act. They don't talk about acting and then delegate, they act. And I will leave it there as it relates to Trump. Because, like I said, he has his pluses and he could still help us, but I don't support him running in 2024 because, as I say, I don't support Jared Kushner having a second term. Let's see here. I'll get a new image up, even though I very much do like this image right here. I very much do like this image. Here's a slightly more lewd one here. This one is slightly more lewd. And it's lewd for, I'll give you one of the reasons why it's particularly lewd, is like the hand around the throat. Oh, here's another, I'll retweet this. Here's another thing, how I know that the Marjorie Greene is on our side. is that there's a legislation in the House going through, which is H.R. 85, which is, it's not her bill, but she's sponsoring it. That it's called the, is it Old Glory Act? Yeah, it's Representative Jeff Duncan's Old Glory Act. And it's making sure that effectively only the U.S. flag flies over U.S. embassies, because the fucking State Department and all the it's all these people within the apparatus of the state who are flying like gay pride flags and all this other bullshit. It's so cancerous and fucking cringe. It's wildly like it's fascism. Like that's what a fascist government would do. It'd be like, oh, we have a particular moral issue and an ethical issue. Well, let's fly the flag because we're gonna be an ethical fucking apparatus. It's like, that is fascist. So let's not have a fascist government that is putting forward and asserting an ethical message. That is morally wrong. And I find that to be completely un-American. So I have to say that this is kind of what needs to be done in terms of our movement, the nationalist movement, is to say that the role of the state is not to positively assert moral fucking issues, in the sense that we want everyone across the world to accept specific moral issues. Because that is in fact what a fascist government would do. That is what the Nazis fucking did. That's why the Nazis were fucking bad. But apparently it's like, whoa, the left wing is like, whoa, based Hitler? Adolf Hitler positing ethical messages through the state. Hello, base departments. Like, that is the argument of the left. It's fucking insane. Oh, shit. Anyway, so yeah, it's like I said, so this person, if I sounded overly harsh in the beginning of this, it's just my frustration with the fact that she's inarticulate. Like, when it comes to politics, you know what it takes to be a politician? And this is as simple as I can make it, okay? Here's the formula to being a politician. This is all that's required. It's 3 things: campaigning, maneuvering through power once you're elected, and rhetoric. So, public speaking. That's the formula to being a politician. That's all you need to be a politician. The ability to campaign, the ability to maneuver through power, and the ability to speak in a semi-articulate fashion. Do I find Trump to be that articulate? No. He's given good speeches. It's questionable whether how much he actually contributed to those speeches, but I've listened to Trump give some good speeches. And I would say that while Trump has a speaking style that I don't really like, it doesn't really click with me entirely, I think that a lot of people look fondly upon his cadence, his ability to speak to the crowd, appeal to the crowd, engage in comedy, and that sort of thing, that Trump is warm in how he speaks, that he's not a cold speaker, he's not, a methodical kind of speaker in that way, which I also don't like, and I'm sure many of us dislike that kind of speaking style. But, Trump has those 3 things. The only problem is that when it came to maneuvering through power, I mean, it was up until he won office. When it got to him winning the office, that's when he completely fell the fuck apart. He started making a million fucking mistakes then, but he could campaign. He campaigned well. He freaking demolished the fucking right. I don't think anyone on the right can say, oh, Trump was a shit campaigner when it came to the primary. He was like a fucking bulldozer. He probably might be the most competent campaigner on the right against the right that is living. I think that is a title he holds. I don't think there is a better campaigner on the right against the right than him currently, up until he was banned off of fucking everything. Not so much now. But when before he got basically taken off the internet by the cartel, he could pretty much beat anybody easily. But in any case, those are the three things you need to be a politician. And my frustration with Marjorie Greene is basically the latter. That she is not very, very articulate. Like, she's just not a good speaker, from what I can see. Like I said, she speaks like a black woman, where she just repeats herself over and over and over and over again to make one fucking point. And it's all this superfluous nonsense in between. It's like, the other side is stupid. Don't you understand the other side is stupid? They're stupid. They don't really know what they're doing. They're retarded. They're stupid. The other side is stupid. It's like, okay, I got it the first fucking time. I got you. The other side is fucking dumb. You're just disregarding, dismissing, and insulting the other side. That's great. You're like a black woman. Maybe extend your fucking vocabulary or your phrases or your insults out of a single one that you just repeat ad nauseum. That every time you do is just making me angrier and angrier. Because it's not difficult to insult your opponents. That's literally one of the easiest things to do, is to insult your fucking opponents as a politician. And yet you're struggling to get over that first hurdle of, my enemies are dumb. Thank you, 6-year-old girl. Come on. Did you go to college, bitch? Jesus. And she's not even unsuccessful either. She owned multiple small businesses or some shit and sold them off and made all kinds of money. It's like, how did you get this far when you speak like a fucking child? Any case, but like I say all that, it's my frustration with her because I hate the way she speaks, but she is on our side and she is sponsoring things that I agree with. I'm sure all of you agree with in the chat. I don't know anyone other than some fucking faggot leftist who would disagree with this kind of thing, or one of the orbiters around the GOP that's actively trying to, I don't know, sell us out to China or, you know, scuttle the United States, whatever it is they're exactly trying to do. I can't really say, but, you know, fuck them either way. Let's see here. I forgot about this one. I just love this so much. Of like, hold on. I gotta see if this fucking video is gonna load or not so I can. Whoa! What? Did my video card just crash? Am I still online? Hello? Okay, whatever. I don't know what this fucking article is doing. Former Bush officials leave GOP over failure to disown Trump's report. What I just love about this is, like, who gives a fuck if neocon Bushites are leaving the party? Like, that helps us. And that's what I love. What I love about this, about the satellite GOP, like the neocons, we don't even have to do anything. They're just leaving the fucking party. And it's like, good! Get out! Good! The only problem is, you know, and I'll get to it later, it's a whole bunch of tweets we gotta get to, is they just don't fuck off. That's the only problem with the Bushites, is they stick around and just orbit us constantly. They're just orbiting around us, like funneling money to oppose us. They don't just fuck off. So dozens of members of former President George W. Bush's administration are reportedly planning to leave the Republican Party following the deadly January 6th riot in the U.S. Capitol, citing the party's ongoing embrace of President Trump. Sources told Reuters that as many as 60 former officials will leave the party in the coming days, with at least one also citing Representative Marjorie Greene promoting of conspiracy theories as a reason for their exit. If it continues to be the party of Trump, many of us are not going back, says Rosario Marin, a former U.S. Treasury official told the news service. Unless the Senate convicts him and rids it themselves of Trump cancer, many of us are not going back to vote Republican leaders. Jimmy Grulley, nice anglicized name there, a former Treasury treasury. He's a former treasury. Oh, treasury undersecretary. I was like, I thought he was gonna say under the secretary. Added to the Republican Party as he knew it no longer. He says, good. That's why I'm a member of it. It's why I am a member of the Republican Party now, is that the neocon right is fucking dead. I'd call it the cult of Trump. The number of defections is growing every day, says Christopher Purcell, a Bush White House communications staffer, according to Reuters. Reuters noted that, because, see, here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. What we want... Okay, what we want is for these guys to form a third party. That is what we want. We want these people to form a third party. Because ultimately, what I think is going to happen is it is going to suck the neoliberals, some of the neoliberals out of the Democratic Party, and suck all the fucking neocons out of the right, and put them in a fucking shit rump party with zero fucking constituency and all the money in the fucking world. That this party will have all the money in the world to spend on campaigns for politicians who will not win one fucking office. It will not cost us one fucking seat anywhere. And it will drain all of the worst elements out of the right and the strong elements out of the left. So it'll basically give the progressives an open opportunity to continue to move up into the upper echelons of the Democratic Party and just fuck up the party. The progressives will just fuck up the left, and that just aids us. So I think that it's why I say whoever starts the third party the first, whoever starts the third party first, they are going to lose the most. They are going to lose the hardest. They are going to have all the money in the world at first, and then they're going to lose, and that money's going to fucking disappear. And the people who are going to realize, who join that third party, oh shit, we can't win. We're just completely, what would be the way of putting it? Just politically illegitimate or politically impotent, that they just can't achieve power, that the money will start and then it'll last like, I'll say at most 8 years. At most 8 years. And then the money will get sucked back out of that organization, because the powers that be will realize that this isn't an actual means by which to achieve power. So I believe that they should do it. And if you hear anybody like Justin Amash has said that the neocons and neolibs should form a third party. He calls them libertarians. So have fun in the chat, libertarians. He calls himself a libertarian, and he wants to start like a libertarian third party, which is nothing more than neocons and neolibs. Like literally nothing more than fucking lobbyists for defense contractors. Quick hat tip to the libertarians, that's your representation right now, are cocksuckers for defense contractors. Have fun with him calling himself a libertarian and his side libertarian. Hat tip, have fun with that. Because we're not libertarians. And that's what I enjoy more and more, is the people that are ultimately either sympathetic with us, defecting to us, are joining with us, that we're just basically saying, yeah, by the way, we're not libertarians. And it's like, we'll have libertarians in the room, and that's the thing I advocate. Have libertarians in the room to counsel us. Basically like Grima Wormtongue. But the fact is, we're not libertarians. We're not going to come in and be like, oh, what about the debt? What about the deficit? Oh, I'm skeptical of the state. We need to take this through the courts. Oh, I'm thinking about the Constitution right now. No, we're going to get into power, and it's going to be just, we're going to use the state like a fucking iron fist, and we're going to stamp you one by one. Hollywood, the universities, the social media companies, the media companies, just crush. We're going to fucking destroy you. That is the trajectory that we are on. And I'm glad. I am glad that increasingly you see this coalescing, this coalescing of what we're actually after, what we're actually going to do, what our mission should actually be, and what is required of us to actually achieve these things. It is going to be the utilization of the state against these power brokers. Because they're all illegitimate actors. I don't care which one you want to reference. All of these actors out there that are aligned against this, they're all illegitimate. We're talking about, like, monopolistic corporations, media cartels, lobbying groups who are lobbying on behalf of foreign governments and foreign interests or special interests that are held up by government payroll, taxpayer dollars, like NGOs and shit. No, just pound them one by one into the ground. One by one, just pound them all into the ground. It isn't a matter of being libertarian or not in terms of what your personal ethos is. Because you can look at the state and say, obviously, I don't trust the apparatus. I don't trust the apparatchiks. Obviously, I have a problem with state surveillance. Obviously, blah, 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 blah. Involvement in the economy, go down the line. Most people, if not practically everyone on the right, agrees with that ethos of we should not have the state doing this and that and all the rest of it, okay? But the problem is with the right is being in the straitjacket of ideology. That is my criticism of libertarians. It isn't, oh, you're wrong about the economy. No, you're right. Your moral considerations around taxation, no, you're probably right. State involvement in the economy, you're right. The issue of monopolies and their ties with the state, the social medias, their tie with the state, all that, the creation of monopolies. No, you might be right about all that. But the problem is that, like Rand Paul and a whole bunch of other libertarians you could talk about, once they get into office, they're in the straitjacket of their own ideology. They just refuse to do anything. They just sit there. Libertarians, when given power, do nothing. They just sit there. They're stuck in the binding of their own fucking, straitjacket of ideology because they realize that in order to do anything as a politician, you need to exert state power. That's the only way you work as a politician. You exert state power. So what do when you're a libertarian when you're elected? You do nothing. Maybe you pass in corporate tax cuts. That's about it. Because you see the entire apparatus and the use of state force as wholly illegitimate. So what exactly is your imperative to do anything once you're elected? You don't. And it's like, it is the paradox of libertarianism. Is once you're given power, you don't do anything. You don't fight for anything. You just vetch. Vetch. Complain. That's all you ever do. So, I don't see any... By the way, name me the libertarian politician who's actually pursuing something aggressively. Name me the libertarian politician who doesn't just endlessly fucking bitch about the state. That actually follows through on anything. Name me that person. Name me them. Find me them. They don't exist. So, that is why I'm not against libertarians being on our side, but as it was in the comment section the other day, and I'll say this as one last rant against libertarians. I'll preface it again about how morally right and whatnot they are about so much they are. It's not even just morality. It's about questions around economics, finance, the role of the state, the free market, all the rest of it. They have all these things that they're right about, but here's the problem, okay? This is what comes of ideology. Natural consequence of ideology, okay? Here's the setup. I talk about libertarians in a prior video, and I complain about them. I complain about their, are, in essence, what are my complaints about libertarians? Doesn't matter. Just go back to what I've said as you're listening to this, all right? So, I complain about that, and someone responds to me with the following. I wish I could bring it up to you, but this is what somebody said in my comment section. They say in my comment section, Louis, you say all this about libertarians and about the right wing, but the fact is, the way that this should go is that you and your so-called nationalists should come to us and make offers to us and basically, like bow your head and kneel to us and tell us what you're going to do for us. Tell us what you're going to do for us. That's the only way forward, is for you to come to the almighty libertarian movement and to tell us how you're going to proceed to benefit us. That's how you need to proceed. The sheer arrogance and just total delusional attitude of that. And this is one of my problems. I say, not true for every libertarian, but a common theme that I find. A direct consequence of overly ideological thinking, when you're so possessed by your own ideology. Arrogance, just pure hubris through your every fucking word. When the fact is, you say that, when in reality, and again, not every libertarian, good libertarians, not speaking about you, but this is true of your side, I'm sorry, I've seen this for too many years, the arrogant twats that are on your side. The fact of the reality is, the libertarian movement is D-E-A-D, dead. Libertarian movement in the United States is dead. The anarcho-capitalists for you killed it, by the way. That's who killed it, by the by. Not me, not the nationalists, not the left wing. You know who killed the libertarian movement in the United States? The anarcho-capitalists. They basically, it's like you had a bold flame, and they were like a stick of dynamite on your flame. It exploded and snuffed you out completely. The libertarian movement in the United States is dead, and your fucking party is dead. The Libertarian Party has lost ground since Trump. It got blown out. And we didn't do that. The right didn't do that. It was your own side. The anarcho-capitalists destroyed the libertarian movement in the United States, and your movement, your party, is dead. So here's the facts of the matter. The nationalist movement in the United States right now is gaining ground. We have representatives in Congress, several. We have strong representatives in Congress, several. We have several people that aren't backing down despite all the shit in the world pouring down on them. They're still coming out saying, I'm America first. And they're still in power. They might eventually get forced out, but as it stands, we're gaining ground. We have ground already. You have nothing. Your party's dead. Your movement is dead. You got nobody. You got fucking Rand Paul, who's a joke, who's a fucking impotent faggot who sits there, who does nothing, has nothing. Ran a shit campaign for president 2016, got blown out, looked like a fucking... didn't even represent himself well as a libertarian during that run. Looked like an embarrassment. Embarrassed his own father. Embarrassed the libertarian movement. And he's about as good as you got at the moment. One fucking guy. You got him and fucking, not Sting, who is it? Kane. You got Kane, who's a mayor who the fuck knows where. Those are the two that I'm aware of. Two libertarian politicians who haven't basically abandoned the GOP yet. Not Joe Walsh and fucking Justin Amash and all the other so-called libertarians who've just straight up abandoned us and are spending 24/7 attacking us on behalf of the left wing. You got those libertarians, but you have a few libertarians still left in the Republican Party. You got Rand Paul, who embarrassed himself, and you got fucking Kane. And that's fucking it. Those are the bigwigs that are part of your movement. And you have the fucking gall to come to us, the side that are ascendant on the right, that are fighting for control of the right, who have already gained ground. You're coming to us, and you're saying to us that we should come to you. No, I'm sorry, sir, and sirs, and zirs, according to the new Libertarian Party, who is just a leftist party now. I'm sorry, zirs. You need to come to us and say what your concessions are so that you can come into our movement. Because I'm willing to have you in. I'm saying come in. But you, in response to me saying come in, you're saying to me, no, fuck you. I got my ideological coat on. Unless I'm willing to come in and you do everything that I say, then fuck you. No, I'm sorry. Fuck you. You have to concede your positions. You have to shed your fucking dogmatism around your ideology. You need to take off your hat and bow and scrape to us. We are the ascendant power. You are in the outs. Your movement is fucking dead, and you yourselves killed it. That is the reality of power. Not just of the situation as it is on what is essentially the right, it isn't just that. That is the nature of power. When you have self-destructed in the way that libertarians have some fucking humility. You killed your own fucking movement. Have some fucking humility. And the fact is, if you want to join us, if you want to be in the room with us, I am here putting out my hand in friendship. I'm welcoming you in. Take my hand and be part of our movement. But it requires you to take my hand. You're trying to force your way in the fucking door, undeserved completely, or for me to, get on my back so you can sit on me and I crawl my way in the door for you? I'm telling you to come in, welcome in. But the fact is, this will remain a nationalist movement. That is simply the fact of the matter. That's what we are. That's who we are. And that requires things of you. That is going to constrain you in your ideological possession. You're going to have to get that under control to be joining in, to be part of our movement. But I am welcoming you in nonetheless. Can you take my hand? Can you actually get your ideological possession under control? And I suppose I will end my rant on that about libertarians. Because, as I say, I am not here to shit on libertarians. I'm not here to smear anyone's face in anything, even though that's how it could be taken. That isn't the point. It's my just endless frustration of this element of the right that is just so arrogant. It's just so unbelievably arrogant that they think they figured out economics. So that means they have like the biggest brains in the fucking world and they could just lord over us. When they don't, I mean, what the fuck are the libertarians going to do to stop the tailspin in American society? What the hell are the libertarians going to do about our fucking culture? Well, excuse me, Louis, but I have this fucking economic artist idea. Oh, I'm sure that's going to make the fucking difference. So, I'm sorry, but with the libertarians, you have to find some fucking humility. You really do. Because I think that our side is trying to remain humble, is trying to stay practical and stay focused and stay in the fight, is not getting hung up on dumb bullshit, really. That we realize in large part is still early on. You see a lot of people trying to figure this out right now. A lot of people trying to coalesce. And there is coalescing going on. And I'm glad to see it. I'm glad to see like all these different people that are big name people, including just today, Steven Crowder. He's coalescing too. He's coalescing. We're all coalescing. We're all starting to, get a little more solid. Solid as a movement. It's turning into an actual movement. That it's not just one, monolithic entity, but it is a movement of many, many parts, all moving in sequence. There's a coalescing going on. It's moving into a rhythm. It's gaining a kind of, a more concrete image that I can see, and that's great. It's all working right now in the right direction. Right now, it's all working well. Not perfectly, but well. It's still heading in our direction. It's positive right now. But the problem is, are the libertarians going to join us? Are the libertarians going to join us? Are they going to be a part of our movement? Are they going to join together with us? Or are they going to go outside of the Republican Party and shit on us? Is that what the Republicans want? Because they're not going to get literally 100% of their economic autist policies, that they're going to leave the GOP and then shit on us from the outside, basically join up with the leftists, with the corpos, and shit on us from outside. Because it's not as though I don't have a decent list of names that have done that already, of so-called libertarians, that's what they're doing currently. They're orbiting around the GOP, shitting on us, trying to get us expelled from the party. I saw in the chat, people are memeing up what I said, but I mean it. I fucking mean it. That was an actual comment. I have to go look it up in my comment section, but it really pissed me off because I was like, the fucking arrogance of this fucking faggot. Saying, he meant it too. He's like, oh yeah, you should be coming to us and making concessions. It's like, bro, fuck you. How delusional are you? Yeah, having Crowder on our side. Well, Crowder is ostensibly on our side. I don't think that Crowder is fully on our side just yet, because he is kind of one of these, you know, economic autist kind of guys. He does espouse a lot of conservative, I guess, just rhetoric, maybe. So, like, you know, I'm a Christian, you need to try this, you need to do that. But he really dips and dives on a lot of that shit, I find. He's really kind of fluid on the idea of what is traditionalism and that sort of thing. And it's kind of weird. Like, what are the things that he, you know, raises his hackles and he's like, no, it's got to be this way, versus, okay, fine, let's just concede this. He's a little bit all over the place, I find. But nonetheless, so long as he is parroting rhetoric or policy that is in line with us, then welcome in, come on in. And the deeper, you know, the thing is about, like, a nationalist movement is the more you join in, it's basically joining a web. You're getting yourself entrenched in a web, and it's like you view yourself as joining a quilt, but at the same time, the tethers of it are like slowly constraining you into place, and that eventually you're not going to be able to move anymore, that you're going to be stuck there. And that's one of the things that I have in mind, is the more people that coalesce with us, that join this nationalist movement, they're going to find that in the future that if we do galvanize power, and that basically the GOP does become like a nationalist party overtly, that by the time that happens, they're going to be so interwoven within that politics that they're going to be stuck. They're literally going to be stuck. And that's what I see with, like, Charlie Kirk and all the mercenaries. Is we want them out there engaging in Tommy Lauren and all these people. Like, we want the mercenaries to be like, oh, nationalism, because the closer they get interwoven into the nationalist movement, the better, because eventually they're going to find themselves bound within it, that they'll be constrained and they won't be able to move anymore, and that they'll be stuck. And that's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want to have happen. So the more that we have people like Crowder and others engaging in like basically American first rhetoric and policy and that sort of thing, the better. Because not only does that promote our position, and it forces multiple things. It's an appeal towards popularity, for one, which is powerful for a lot of people. It's something that is reaching a multitude of the party itself. Like, what is you know, encompasses the right wing is not just one thing. We already got the boomers. Like, we got the boomers, no problem. But what we need are the younger people. And if you have all these, like, super powerful voices on the right, big name voices on the right, espousing America First nationalist views, we're now going to bring in all these younger people who are going to be the cringe libertarian faggots. You know, these people who are like, well, I'm a Republican, but, like, I'm the most libertine motherfucker on earth. Like, I don't even have an argument against polygamy, but I'm somehow a right winger. Like, which I despise. I hate that shit. It just pisses me off that, like, I don't understand, like, all these fucking Christian conservatives, like, endorsing all this shit that I don't even agree with. Like, endorsing all this shit that I don't even agree with. And it's like, I'm not, like, this ultra-Orthodox traditionalist, or, like, I'm an atheist. And yet I'm sitting here looking at all this fucking libertine and fucking degenerate shit that I can't stand and I vocally oppose. And yet you have all these fucking supposed right-wing people out there, like, apologizing about it. Like, as though you can be, like, a fucking degenerate scumbag and join the GOP. It's like, no, fuck that. Like, if you're a fucking, like, disgusting person, don't be part of the right. Like, you gotta clean yourself up a little bit to be part of the right. We gotta have some kind of fucking standards as to what makes up the right. And the problem is that, like, one of the problems we have on the right is even including me, where I might be disregarded by a lot of people because I'm not Christian. That people call me Pastor Louis, and I would imagine that part of the joke is that I am an atheist. And the question is, are a lot of people on the right going to go along with that? Are a lot of people on the right going to accept that? And that's when I think that's still one of those things where I think a lot of people are going to have a problem with that, while at the same time, you have so-called Christians that are also like, yeah, by the way, I'm like the most traditional big dick conservative, but let me tell you about abortion and why I think I support abortion and all this other shit. It's like, come on, we're going to give people the benefit of the doubt when it comes to abortion and other things. But it's like, I'm the guy that's going to be fucking left out. You know, I find the religious element of the right to be confusing. Because they're just, to me, all over the place. Because you got fucking women out there acting like degenerate fucking whores, and no one on the right talks about it. No one on the right talks about children out of wedlock and fucking women acting whorishly, and even with issues around consumerism specific to women. It's like, oh yeah, I'll talk about consumerism. Consumerism's bad. It's like, consumerism with men is buying a pickup truck they can't afford. Consumerism with women is acting like a fucking whore. You know, I just, to me, it's one of those things where I think the religious right is just all over the place. And eventually that's going to be one of the things that our side has to talk about, is basically what are our standards as it relates to this particular issue of what it actually means to be a conservative. You know what? I don't say, oh, I'm a conservative. I'll say I'm a right-winger. But I don't say, oh, I'm this big dick conservative. I'm a conservative. That person's a fake conservative, a kino or sino. I'm a real conservative. Oh, I'm the ultimate conservative. I have like a horse cock. That's how much of a conservative that I am. Look at it swing. Look at how much of a Christian I am. But at the same time, I want to conserve fucking nothing, and my main problems are the economy. You know, at some point, we're going to have to figure the fuck out what it actually means to be a conservative if everything goes. Everything and anything goes. Somehow we're still conservatives? What? But yeah, and it's also kind of the right used to have this of like shaming women for licentious behavior, but they have totally abandoned that. They have totally abandoned the idea of like saying, you know, even like going on TV and saying like, hey, I have a problem with sex out of wedlock, or casual sex, or, you know, anything like having children out of wedlock. Like, even that is like, that's a position I hold. I think it's morally wrong to have a child out of wedlock. I don't agree with that morally. I never would do that, and I think it's morally wrong to do that. And if you have done that, I'm going to stand in judgment of you. I'm going to judge you for that. I find that to be an immoral and reckless thing to do. You should not have done that. You should not have had a child out of wedlock. Why can I say this, and yet the big dick conservatives can't? Conserving leftism. Yeah, pretty much. What I would love to see, you know what really impressed me? We're bringing in all these conservative women. Oh, base conservative woman? What I want to see is a woman on our side go on television, on like CNN or something, okay? NBC, CNN, one of these super mainstream networks. And it's like, what are your top issues as a conservative? Be like, well, one of my top issues is that I tried to live a good life as a woman. I tried to set a good model to my daughters and to my sons. But more specifically to my daughters, I have a problem with how many whores there are in this society. And have it be red meat to our side, that it's direct incendiary language to just inflame the left wing in the mainstream, but that it is something that we ultimately agree with. That we do have a problem with licentiousness and with women engaging as whores. That's something we don't like, and we don't think that women should be doing. That we don't think that that is a moral thing to do. But frame it in such a way like that, where you use that kind of incendiary language just to incite the fucking left. And I'm saying this specifically, I want to see one of these based fucking boomer Republican women that we've been electing. Like, oh, we got all these women now elected in Congress. I want one of these women on fucking TV calling American women whores. I want to see that. Have some fucking balls. All these women are just act as stock, stupid Republicans. Oh, I'm a big, strong, independent woman in Congress. Fuck that. Fuck you. I don't care. You're just a leftist then. What difference would it be if you were a Democrat by that standpoint, outside of a safe vote? You're just an empty suit then. I want to see some fucking balls. You're out there screaming about how brave and bold you are. Get on national television. Talk about how you can't stand how many women in this society are fucking whorish. I want to see it. I want to see it. Am I wrong, chat? Am I wrong? Would you agree with that? I want to turn this over to the chat before we move on to the next thing, which is pretty much the same issue. I want to hear in the chat, what do you think? Do you support a base GOP woman going on NBC News or CNN and just being like, you know what? I don't even care what you think of me. There's too many whores in this society. Do you support that in the chat? I want to hear it. I think that'll help us. I think there's so many things in that way, and that would show me that that woman is for real about being a conservative, about, facing adversity and sticking up for our side. Somehow, you got to earn your bona fides. Somehow you got to do it, and I see that's a good way of doing it. Yeah. Somebody says, I don't think you'll ever see it. Yeah, well, I'm not saying I'm very optimistic about that happening. But I am saying that it's pretty much how we have to play the game. That if we are going to play this game, because it's so many things at once. It's so many things at once. It is, I'm sure I could freaking write this shit down and come up with a list for that one example of how many things that would help us with. That it would help that woman show the fact that she's actually a fucking conservative. That she actually has an actual tangible moral issue that she's concerned with. And she's vocally opposed to certain behavior. It gives her bona fides that she's part of our side, that she's unafraid and doesn't care the adversity she faces. She's going to make statements about her own beliefs. It creates red meat for our side. We're going to see that statement and we're going to go, yeah, fuck these people, yeah. Because it's just red meat for our side. It's incendiary, and we all realize that. And it puts the left wing on the defensive. Even though they'll be aggressively pursuing that person, it will force them on the defensive in that they have to negate the idea that person just introduced. That there's too many whorish women in American society. Because then the question is, well, what defines whorish behavior? How do you define licentiousness? So it forces them, in part, on their back foot, to where they then have to defend that behavior. And that is good for us. Anytime that they're not focused and scheming to attack us is a moment where they're defending and otherwise they're preoccupied. So in many ways, that is a good idea. Something like that is a good idea. Because it would serve our interests in so many different ways. The problem is you can't do that too much. You can't do that too much because that can lead to bad consequences and direct results, and it aids the other side in learning what our strategy is, and they can find ways of counteracting that. But it's examples like that of something to do where it upsets the apple cart just enough for us to gain ground, or potentially gain ground. There's another Republican. This is another guy we're going to have to get rid of. Representative Adam Kinzinger of Illinois, a Republican from Illinois, said on the 31st that he was going to form a new PAC aimed at challenging the Republican Party's acceptance of President Trump. There is no time for silence, not after last month, not after the past few years. Someone needs to tell the truth. Someone needs to say what history needs to hear, so I'm here. The Republican Party has lost its way. Blah, 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 blah. So this is another elected Republican who's basically signaling, kick me out of the party, or I'm going to leave the party. I'm going to form a PAC like these other Republicans to spend 100% of my time attacking the right wing. And a guy like this, the second he said something like this, he should have been purged from the party. And this is the primary problem with a woman that we have in our party. What's her fucking name? Ronna McDaniel. Ronna McDaniel. She's weak. She's a bad leader. She sucks. She's just not acting. She just does nothing. And she's doing nothing with the party. So Ronna McDaniel is another one that needs to go. McDaniel, rather. Needs to go. She needs to go. She sucks. She's ineffective. She's just standing by. She's just occupying a seat. She doesn't know what to do. She's just a little girl at heart. She doesn't know how to be a politician or how to lead or do anything in terms of her position within the party. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Get out. Done from that fucking position. She sucks. She's worthless. Because the second this kind of guy creates a pact where all he's going to do with this pact is attack the Republican Party, goodbye. This should be a death knell for you. This should be a self-inflicted death blow for you. The minute you do anything like this, get out of the fucking party. Goodbye, get out. Because either we're going to force him out or he's gonna leave. Like Walsh, like Amash, like Romney's eventually going to do. All these people are going to leave our party. We want them to start a third party. That is our goal. We want these people to start a third party. That's what we need to be pushing them towards. And as long as we're not pushing for that directly, we aren't going to accomplish what we need to in order to basically own the party. And there's a bunch of these packs. Let me put this on screen. There's a whole bunch of these packs all over the place. And here's one of the signs they put up. The Republican Accountability Project, which is apparently from the GOP, like other GOP people, they're attacking Marjorie Greene, and they're demanding that she resign. And they're attacking a whole bunch of people. Oh, by the way, speaking to the issue I said on Twitter earlier, I forgot about this. What are you doing with this? Look at this. What are you doing with this? Like, this person thinks that, like, oh, I'm gonna totally own fucking Marjorie Greene with this kind of tweet. It's like, hey, Tim, you fucking idiot. Like, you're basically making the argument for the alt-right on their behalf. Like, this is what the alt-right believes, and you're basically making the same argument. Yeah, it's like, it's all these Jews attacking the nationalists. It's like, Tim, you're not supposed to say this. You're not supposed to make this argument. Because the fact is that there is a nature to this that is, in fact, disproportionate. It is disproportionate, Tim. Don't say this. I don't think it's actually true. Don't say this, please. Because it is disproportionate, and I've noticed it. I'm like, whoa, what is going on here? It's noticeable, it's tangible, it is real, and I really, really wish it wasn't. Stop drawing attention to it, please, because I don't actually think that's the reason why it's happening. And I'm gonna disavow Tim. I'm unironically gonna disavow Tim Miller or whatever the fucking guy's name was. Unironic disavowal. I don't agree. I genuinely don't agree with that position. But yeah, guys, it's some fucking leftist faggot, like some verified checkmark, being like, yo, bro, by the way, I'm just out here like making the point for the alt-right on their behalf, when it's like, if you just accept that argument, there is truth to it in terms of the disproportionate nature of the people attacking the nationalist element, like the America First element of the GOP, those who are attacking it, it is disproportionate. But it isn't the reason. That isn't the reason why. That identity group isn't the reason. In reality, what the fuck are you doing there, Tim? You're making the alt-right's argument for them. Because the fact is, it's a question of, okay, if Bill Kristol is a Jew, how many other people are Jewish who are attacking Trump and all these other people? And you look and you go, woo, like there are a lot of these people who are in fact Jewish, and you go, oh, like, but is that the reason? That is the honest question, and I think the answer is no. That isn't the answer, and I disavow anyone who says that it is, because I genuinely don't think it is true, and I also disavow the left, who's also asserting that fucking argument, apparently. Oh, man. Then what is it? I already said it's internationalism. I don't know how many times I need to say it. It's internationalism. It is that concept. That is what it is. These people, all the people that are attacking the nationalists are internationalists, and it shouldn't be that difficult to understand. You look at the body of people who hate the America First movement, the nationalist movement. Who are they? Well, they're all internationalists. That's what describes all these people. That's what keeps them in the same camp. The neo-libs, the neocons, they're all internationalists. That is their worldview. That's what they are. That's why they hate the nationalists. I just answered the question. There you go. But yeah, I'm just gonna say again, disavow. I'm not even kidding. Disavow. Oh, here's another one. Fucking Matt Gaetz. He's actually winning me over slowly because he is not perfect in his articulation, but he is punchy. He's getting better. It seems like Matt Gaetz is kind of figuring out. He's like gaining a rhythm to himself. And he's kind of figuring out what he should do and what he shouldn't, and what he should say, what he shouldn't. So he's gaining some steam. And he went and he did a rally, I think in Wisconsin. Or Wyoming, sorry. To oppose Liz Cheney, who is one of the absolute worst. If there is a short list of people that we got to get rid of, Liz Cheney is definitely on that list. Because, like I say, like with Liz Cheney, is Liz Cheney Jewish? No. She's an internationalist. That is what represents. Her father is. It's what she is. That's who she represents. That's what she is. She is an internationalist. So and that's why she's on the same side as Bill Kristol and David Frum and fucking all these other people. Max Boot. They're internationalists. That's what they are. That's who the other side are. That's what they are. They're internationalists. So that's why we got rid of them. That's why they hate us. We're nationalists. But anyways, I forget what it was the other way. He put out a tweet the other day. But I don't know. No, it's not that. Let me find it. He put out a real zinger. I don't know if I saved it or not. I'm pretty sure I retweeted it. Oh, here it is. I didn't retweet it. I will retweet it now, though. This was a bombshell. This was a fucking... he shot it at Jake Tapper, too. Jake Tapper's a fucking piece of shit. Also Jewish. It's like, God, why? Why do so many of these people have to be Jewish? Oh, it's so frustrating. So Matt Gaetz says, Gaetz spent more time sharply criticizing the interventionist foreign policy personified by her and her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney, than the recent vote to impeach Trump, CNN. Matt Gaetz says, I work for my constituents who die in these wars, Jake, not Kevin McCarthy. Because he was like, oh, Kevin McCarthy should be disciplining him. Kevin McCarthy, oh, you're letting him say this? You can't letting him say that? You can't say this! And Matt Gaetz just shoots back, I work for my constituents. I'm not the puppet of Kevin McCarthy. Which is a very strong statement. This is a thumb in the eye, not to Jake Tapper and CNN. This is a thumb in the eye specifically to Kevin McCarthy, who is a shit leader in the House. Kevin McCarthy is a shit fucking leader. Terrible. You know, makes Mitch McConnell look like Jesus Christ in comparison. He's terrible. And I let, you know, if anyone's going to be the leader of the House, let it be Matt Gaetz. Nominate Matt Gaetz to take over for Kevin McCarthy to lead the GOP into the majority in 2022. Eject Kevin McCarthy, the ineffectual faggot, and put in Matt Gaetz, who is stronger, demonstrably, than him. And is, as far as I know, part of the America First constituency, or not faction, what would it be? Caucus of the House. Matt Gaetz is America First, so let's put him as the fucking majority leader in the House in 2022, if we take it back. Or is it Gates? Is it Gaetz or Gates? Whatever. I should probably figure out how to say his name, but I don't give a shit. Oh, that's a little too big. There we go. Oops. Let's get up a new image. I don't know. Oh, here's another good one. Keep the theme. I always try to keep a theme with the images that I post. Is it Gates? I'm saying Gaetz. Okay? Maybe Gates. Now people are saying Gaetz. I hate this. You guys are always fucking with me. Okay, whatever. No, I am not slowly coming around to a certain question there, chat. No, I'm not. I just can't stand that it's like the alt-right. It's like, oh yeah, all the people who are against this are Jews. I'm like, bro, that's wrong. That's untrue. Look at all these random people that are all over the place that are not Jewish, that are all internationalists. And it's like, meanwhile, all these fucking Jews are like, no, we're going to come after all of you nationalists. It's like, no, God damn it. What are you doing? God damn it. Go away. Stop saying this shit. Stop opposing us, please. The fact is, we have Jews on our side too, so gotta be fair. And that is true. That is true, by the way. No, go away, chat. I'm sorry, chat, but go away. I'm not. Why doesn't they live? Oh, shit. Why doesn't They Live get DMCA'd? Oh, is it John Carpenter? Is that the name of the guy that it? I got some questions about that guy. I got some questions about that guy. I'll just say this. You listen to certain aliens in They Live, and they kind of sound like Ben Shapiro. I am kidding. I am kidding. Okay. Let's see here. In a positive development, go away. This is perfect. This is great news. I mean, it's to be expected. It's the most probable outcome, but this is exactly what we want. We want Trump campaigning in 2022 because he is good at campaigning. He is a draw. He has a not a great, I don't know, someone would need to send me the ratio of Trump endorsements, not just in terms of who he's endorsed, but specifically who he's campaigned for. You know, who he's gone on the ground for, and that sort of thing. Like, how many people has he gone on the ground for that have taken office? Because I believe he does have a good ratio, even just generally. So this will help us. This is good for attention, for enthusiasm, and the willingness to get out and vote, and it's good for fundraising. This is good because this is the two big things that Trump has going for him. Campaigning and speaking. Those things help out whoever's he's getting nominated. The problem is going to be whether he's campaigning with people he likes or people that Jared Kushner likes. That's going to be the problem with Trump. Whether he's learned anything or not. That's the only issue that I have with this. But other than that, it's good in general because it'll help buoy the party in 2022, which will significantly increase the chances of us winning the House, which are already positive, but that'll increase those chances. Oh yeah, here's another bullshit article from the fucking Hill. With the article's called "The Memo: Center-Right Republicans Fear Party Headed for Disaster." And the reason I know this is a joke is because I am a center-right Republican. I'm not an evangelical. I'm not some hardcore traditionalist. I'm not some outspoken anti-abortionist activist. I'm not, throwing a Molotov through an abortion clinic window or any of this shit. I am not far right, and I'm not even that right wing. I am basically center right, and anyone who says that that nationalism being the new brand of the Republican Party is terrible doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Without nationalism, the GOP is out of gas. It is out of gas. It is done. It is nothing left. Nationalism is it. So anyone who claims otherwise, they're either lying or they're delusional or they're trying to get money or whatever. But the fact is that anyways, okay, let me just read this. The Republican Party is riven by internal tensions, and moderate voices fear it is headed for disaster at the hands of the far right. What far right? What is the far right? What defines the far right? The centrists worry that the party, far right people like Donald Trump, who governed entirely as a moderate. Ooh, far right. The centrists worry that the party is branding itself as the party of insurrectionists and conspiracy theorists. This spells catastrophe for the GOP's ability to appeal beyond a hardcore base, they say. Nationalism is in no way isolating for, while the left wing is out there saying fuck white people and fuck America, our brand is going to be we're pro-America and we're okay with white people. White people are okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's going to help us because the fact is that most people are not fucking bigots. And if all we do is say, hey, we're the side that is not fucking bigoted, that we are, in fact, open-minded and we're good people, but we are more traditionalistic, so we have these moral positions, blah, 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 blah. But look at all this other shit they're saying. These people are fucking racist and all this other nonsense. Pick your side. Okay, pick your side. Do you want to be with the people who are, want to create a race war? That's the goal right now for them, is to create some sort of race war between whites, blacks, Hispanics, and everyone else. We're all supposed to be in some race war? That's where they're actively promoting the idea of? Or do you want to be with us who don't believe in that? Pick your side. Oh, man, the right wing is so fucked, dude. We're out of power. We're done forever. Because we're on the side of America, and our enemies are basically promoting race hatred. Oh, man, I wonder which side is going to be more popular. So yeah, anyone who thinks that nationalism isn't politically palatable is fucking retarded. Like, they're lying or legitimately fucking retarded. For inciting being convicted in the Senate seems close to zero. The GOP activist base still loves Trump. Well, get rid of activists. The GOP base still loves Trump. And a related ecosystem of bellicose conservative media has lambasted those who have broken from him. Well, yes, because people are attacking him unfairly. There's many things to actually attack Trump on and to criticize him on. Attacking him for the fact that he said he gave a pitiful concession speech and then bowed out and went golfing. Like, oh, condemn Trump. Brr. For fucking what? So that's what I mean. Like, the only people condemning Trump are the ones condemning him completely unfairly to get points with the left, to appease the left. There's nothing to attack him on. Now the GOP is spending the critical early days of President Biden's administration squabbling over. See, what I love it. Now the GOP is spending the critical early days of President Biden's administration squabbling over what to do with Marjorie Greene. It's like, I just love that. I just love that. Like, oh, we're sitting here like, I don't know what we're supposed to do with her. Oh, she has opinions. Oh. I just love it. It's like the left wing creates a problem and then throws it in our laps. I don't give a shit about this woman. She's on our side, fine. She can have whatever opinion she wants to. My complaint about Marjorie Greene is why she's not on mainstream television complaining about whores in America. That's my biggest complaint about her right now. That and her stupid fucking hyphenated last name. But kicking her out of the party, recalling her, pressing her to some fucking ethics committee, some bullshit over nothing. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm more offended by her last name than anything. But it's a media artificially created story of, oh, we're offended because this person says some bullshit about Sandy Hook or fucking what whoever knows what else. And it's like, I don't give a shit at all. I don't give a shit at all. She's on my side, good. That's where she'll stay. On my side, she can stay in office. I don't give a shit about what her opinions are about Sandy Hook or fucking the Las Vegas shooting or whatever their bullshit. I don't care. She very much is on our side, good. Keep her there. So exactly where I want her to be, is on my side, in office, in power. So fuck you in your artificial issue media. QAnon, she taught to Nancy Pelosi, David Hogg, the young control activist of Parkland shooting. She hasn't been stripped of her committee assignments from House Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy. I'm sure that's out of pure fear on his part of his own side, coming after him. And they did take out Stephen King. Stephen King from Iowa got taken out from this for this specific reason, was saying some stupid shit, and him being a boomer. He is the boomer, America First boomer type, like Team Red boomer. That's who Stephen King was, and he got frickin' ripped apart because of that. Blah, blah, blah. What I love too is just like, what I would do if I was on TV. Like, let's give this interview for example. Okay, it's me and Jake Tapper. Okay, Jake Tapper says to me, "Well, Louis, you're another Republican official. I'm really offended by something that Marjorie Greene said about Sandy Hook or Parkland or fucking whatever. What do you have to say about that?" And I would say that, this is yet another moral standard. This is yet another standard that you're using as a weapon against me to get me to condemn her, to, get us to split apart and all this and that. You don't really care. You're not really offended by anything that she said. It's just about harming the right to benefit the left. And the fact is that if you had somebody like AOC or the other members of the squad, if you had any of these crazy left-wingers come out and basically say something that was legitimately offensive, like fuck America, or fuck white people, or we need to genocide the whites, or any shit like this, you wouldn't say shit. You would apologize for them. You wouldn't be going to other Democrats trying to get them ousted or anything else. You would just be apologizing, being like, oh, that was rather uncouth of her to say, but you would be doing fuck all else. You wouldn't be doing anything else, even if she said something that was engaging in, violent rhetoric or dangerous language or whatever else, highly offensive, racially, rhetoric with racial overtones. You wouldn't have anything to say. You might, get slightly offended and say, oh, she should have said that profane thing, but that would be as far as you would take it. Meanwhile, on the right, you're trying to get us all out of power because you are on the side of the Democratic Party. You wield power recklessly, you invent stories artificially to use against us, and the fact is that if this was one of the people who are on your side specifically, not the Democrats, your side, if they said something that was violent or racist, you would just sort of dismiss it. You wouldn't necessarily agree with it, you just dismiss it, and that'd be as far as it'd go. But you never go after them, you never try to get them stripped from committees, you not try to get them recalled, or thrown out of office, or anything else, taken off social media. You wouldn't do any of those things, because they're on your side, so fuck you! See, that's how this works. That's how this works. That's how you can actually win against these people. Is that you just take whatever bullshit they're trying to throw at you and you don't go, oh, I'm so nervous. Oh, you're right, Jake. You're right. Oh, you throw it in their face. That's how this works. And if, let's say something does happen, okay? Let's say that Marjorie Greene did something that was legitimately fucking offensive. Did something. Not said something stupid in typical boomer shit, okay? But did something that was legitimately fucking offensive, okay? She did something. The way you handle it is behind the scenes, you go to her and you say, you fucked up, you did something wrong, you either need to give us a path forward for how you can redeem yourself or you're fucking gone. And then she makes that choice. She moves to redeem herself, or she's gone. But when the media comes to you and says, oh, Marjorie Greene did this terrible thing, blah, 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 you say, don't worry, we're handling it internally. Yeah, don't worry about it, we're handling it internally. It's between her and us, and we're handling it internally. Don't worry, you could say it's offensive, that's how you want to say it, but we're handling it internally. I have nothing else to say other than that. We're handling it. Don't worry about it. It's not really your concern. You're blowing it up to be hyperbolic because you're on the side of the left. You want the Democrats to win the next election or to take her seat, but you don't really care. You're just in it for partisan politics. Don't worry, we're taking care of it internally. Don't worry. We're taking care of it. That's it. And some people are going to say, whoa, what about the independent voter? Oh, the independent voter, what are they going to think? Well, they're going to think whatever they want to. They either believe the media or they don't. So what difference would it actually make at that point? If they believe the media, no matter what, they're going to believe Marjorie Greene's evil. And the GOP are backing her no matter what. If they believe the media, they believe the media. And there's nothing the right can do that's right. So no matter what's going to happen, no matter what you do, the same consequence is going to be, what you get. But if you handle it intelligently, you don't suffer a loss. You might not win, but you don't suffer a loss. Anyways, yeah. But my hope with all this is that they just keep it up. Keep up all the fucking rhetoric. Keep up all this shit. All the demonization, all the shit that's going to go on. Keep it up, because you're just going to guarantee the fact that the Republican Party and a whole bunch of America First representatives are going to take the House in 2022. So go for it. Be as ridiculous, hyperbolic, defamatory as you want to be. All that we need to do is hold firm. That's the only thing we need to do on our side. It's the only thing the GOP needs to do. Hold firm. Do nothing. change nothing. Hold firm. Get Donald Trump to go out there and say some stupid boomer shit, and have all the boomers go out in 2022 and take back the House. And that is the first step. That is the first step in taking back power. And now, not only do you have the House, you have the House with defiant American First representatives who aren't going to be, I'm so nervous, I'm a Republican, but I can serve nothing. It's going to be, no, I'm America First, I'm a nationalist, fuck the left wing. That's who the people you're going to have in the House. That's far more useful to us than a bunch of fucking dorks. And I'm hoping a lot of you in the chat can follow what I'm saying here. I think that there is a clear plan that we can follow where the end result is something that is in many ways a powerful thing. That it could mean, maybe not even 2024. I mean, 2024, in my view, is still up in the air. Because it seems like the Democrats are trying to get the ballots kept on. They're going to keep trying to keep the ballots on for 2024 so Joe Biden can get another 160 million votes or whatever he's going to have next time and win re-election. They look like they're going to try to do some fucking real shady shit in 2024. The question is whether we're going to allow them to do that or not. Because like I said with Sargon or Carl, of, him pish-pawing, not knowing what to do, just allowing it to happen, we got to figure out what districts are the districts they're going to cheat in. Or I should say, they're going to have record turnout. Record turnout. Normally like 30% of black people vote in this district. Well, 120% this election they voted. Well, find out what districts those are, and all you need to do is have a crowd of 100, 200 people outside. And it either comes down to this. We have observers in the room or we rush the building. So we have observers in the building watching the votes, tallying the votes to make sure that they're actual legal votes. And if we're not allowed to do that, we don't go, we're going to sue you. We're going to go to the Supreme Court. You fucking bust down the fucking doors and you stop the vote. That's how you fucking solve this. If they're going to do that, that is what is necessary. Stop the vote. As soon as the observers get kicked out, and if they're never let in, then you rush the building. You don't leave. You do a sit-in. You stop the fucking count. Because we're never going to win in the courts. We're never going to win in the fucking courts. They own the courts. They own the courts. There is no recourse in the courts. So if we don't win that night, we don't fucking win. That's the fact. And I love this. Anyone in the world can debate me. I challenge anyone to debate me on this issue. If we don't win that night, we're done. We lose. The courts will never. I mean, dude, fucking all these different states were like, fuck our own election laws. We're not going to verify shit. They're all legit votes. Biden has 5 trillion votes on his side. They might as well have the printing press in the fucking building as they're printing the fucking ballots and filling them out. They might as well do that, according to our court system. So if that's going to be the case, stop the vote. Disrupt the counting. And you know what happens? What happens is what you have to do in that instance is when you have those certain states, whatever states they're going to be, the 5 that are, or the 6 that existed, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia. How many is it? Is 7? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada. Those are the states in question. And what we need to have happen is for us to stop the vote in whatever those districts are. And then as soon as the state comes close enough, and we'll be ahead because of those districts not being counted, declare victory. Declare victory then. Because the issue is then, because if you declare victory, if you say, okay, we won We won Wisconsin. We won Michigan. We won Pennsylvania. We won Arizona. We won Georgia. We won all these states. We stopped the count because there was fraud going on there. We won all those states. There are states. Put them in the tally. Put them in the tally. We're over 270. We're the president now. This is the president. Whoever we nominate, Josh Hawley is the president. President-elect Josh Hawley. We're over 270. We win. We win. That's what we're saying. We're not going to the courts. We win. You didn't go to the fucking courts. We win. And that's going to be what's required. That's the way to get past all that. That's the way to do it. That's the way to take that power. And then once you take that power in 2024, we're going to have to hope that we take back the Senate. And we're going to have to do everything that we can to ban the ballot votes. That's going to have to be one of the major fucking issues in 2024, is going after what's going on in the elections of ballots and dead people and all the rest of it. And 150% turnout and all this bullshit. Well, I see a couple of people in the chat saying, well, you know, what exactly should we do if they dispute it? Because they will. And the issue is obviously they're going to dispute it. But then it's just going to be us. All we have to do is turn the rhetoric back around on them. Oh, you're trying to overthrow the election. Oh, you said all this about last time, but now you're trying to overthrow the election. We won, you're trying to overthrow the election. Well, they're committing fraud in there, and we know it. That's why they were invaded. These protesters rushed inside because they knew they were cheating. It was a fraudulent vote there. They rushed inside. That's all illegitimate vote anyways. We won the state. That district, you can't count on it. It's illegitimate. We won the state. Our vote. Our fight. You know, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if they fail to confirm the fucking the electoral college in those states. Let's see what fucking happens. They've been playing chicken with us. The only choice is for us to play chicken with them, and I think that we will fucking win. I think that we will win. Yeah, you're trying to destroy our democracy. Yeah, baseless allegations of protesters raiding buildings. Baseless, you know, they're terrorists. Baseless allegations. The fact is that it was a protest. Peaceful protest, I'm sorry. All they did was disrupt fraud, which is true, by the way. I'll probably have to get to the super chats pretty soon because it's been there've been some sitting there for a while. But yeah, I think that it's pretty clear how we win this. And people are worried about the ballots again, like, oh, well, Louis, what about the ballots? All you have to do is disrupt the process. If we can't get the ballots banned because the states are just going to disobey their own election laws, fine, figure out the districts where they're going to cheat and just literally disrupt the process of counting. That's all you have to do. You have 200 people rush the building and then sit down. They just sit down in the building and they prevent the voting. That's all they have to do. People in the chat are worried about the consequences. All that matters is winning. All that matters is winning. If you win that election, oh, they're going to do 10 years in prison because they rushed into the room. Not if you win and pardon all of them. Not then. Not then if you pardon all the people that participated. Well, the fact is, you people in the chat saying, "Oh, we need to ban mail-in votes." Okay, how? How? In states where they completely abandon their own election laws, how the fuck are you gonna get that? How are you gonna get that? Tell me, how are you gonna get that? We got 4 years. How are you gonna get it? You think the Georgia GOP is gonna go along with that? It doesn't look like it. You'd have to purge the entire state. Is there a single Republican left in Georgia to run for office? To have that happen? Whoa, shit. Federal Elections Commission. Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Nah, police are gonna get rid of them. Yeah, 200 people? Yeah, I don't fucking think so. Not happening. Not happening. Well, the fact is that there is a time limit on this. There is a definite time limit on all of this, and it's basically it's pretty much if they bring in Puerto Rico and Washington D.C. as a state, it's over. If they pack the Supreme Court, it's over. If they give amnesty to like 30 million illegals, it's over. That's when pretty much I would say like it's pretty much over. Because the thing is that it requires like certain steps that would be required to change that. It would have to be so fucking unorthodox that I don't think that any elected Republican would ever do it. I mean, I would do what would be necessary to undo those things, which would be basically to look at all the amnesties we've done and just say, well, which of these are we going to basically revoke and then deport people, regardless of whatever they're, oh, you gave me citizenship. Yeah, well, now we're taking it away. Because if the UK can do it under their law, so can we. So can we. If the UK under their law can revoke citizenship, so can we. And that's my plan. But unfortunately, I just don't think that very many people are strong enough to be willing to do that. Yeah, well, the question is amnesty. I'm not sure on amnesty. There's a question as to amnesty. But the Supreme Court, there's already things in motion that they're trying to do. And on states, I'm unsure. I'm unsure whether they're actually taking steps to get Puerto Rico to be a state or Washington, D.C. I'm not exactly sure what they're up to at the moment to actually see that accomplished. But they do want to do that. And that is one of those black pilling kind of things where it permanently shifts the balance of things to where I don't know if we ever could come back from that. Those three things are really big deals. And they'll disrupt the process so badly that I don't know if we ever could come back from it. And like I said, it's Supreme Court packing. It is adding 2 states that are just pure Democrat fucking fiefdoms. And amnesty to like... even if it's 10 million, I think we could survive 10 million. Because that's fucking 10 million fucking more immigrants in fucking California. Who cares? But if it's 30 million, that's when it's like, okay, now it's a big deal. Now we're going to have a serious problem. Because that, I think, is going to shift the balance. The easy solution to Washington, D.C., though, for Republicans is to take that territory and just give it away to one of the states around it, like Virginia or where the fuck ever. Who gives a shit? Give it to some state. That's how you solve the Washington, D.C. problem. You have the district section where there simply are no elected representatives. Like, that's just a fact. There are no elected representatives. Like, all the people there, police or whatever, apparatchiks, they work there. They don't live there. They can't have residence there. But to everyone else who's technically part of Washington, D.C., the outside of it that actually is residential, that becomes part of some state. That we have to do that. We have to basically cut them off the pass. Those are the two things. We have to get rid of D.C. We have to get rid of Puerto Rico. So if I were to come up with a top 10 of right-wing things that we need to do, priorities for the right wing, giving Puerto Rico independence and getting rid of Washington, D.C. are probably top 5 for me. Those are probably somewhere in the top 5. Because it's issues that they're pursuing that could actively shift the power in the United States permanently against us. And instead, we could be smart, solve the issue, and rip a powerful weapon away from them. We could take away the power from them in that regard, and they would have to readjust and, oh, shit, what are we going to do? They'd have to refocus from there. Let's see here. Oh, here's an article from Paul Joseph Watson about that story. Let's see here. Andrew Cuomo's staffers reacted to it. I wonder if he got, no, he didn't actually get the mayor of Buffalo. Didn't get Byron Brown in the story. Actually, it's kind of an older story now, so it doesn't really matter. It's from the 29th. So I don't know how much PJW actually gives a shit, but should add him about that. Because it was an elected official, and that is embarrassing. Oh yeah. I'll show you this. Fucking apparently Groypers were attacking Peter Major, who I talked about like in another stream, and I don't even know why like they were attacking him or whatever. But he fucking tweeted out this absolute fucking cringe. He says, to all the Groypers angry at me, and he tweeted out this absolute fucking cringe and got 25,000 fucking likes on Twitter. This guy is such a fucking cringe lord. He's such a fucking ridiculous, just look at this guy. Look at this. Okay? Does this guy really strike you as like a big dick conservative? Does this guy look like he's going to go out there and he's going to be swinging for the fences for the GOP, for the right wing, for the nationalist movement, for the conservative movement? Is this the guy that you think is going to go out there and is going to be batting 1,000 for fucking Republican or conservative causes? Or does this guy look like a fucking total soy boy faggot? What would you estimate based on this image? What would you estimate is going to be his disposition with that image? And yes, I am in fact attacking his looks. So yeah, I forget. So David French, was talking about this guy. David French is another orbiter. David French is the GOP orbiter. He's around us, just attacking us. He's another true conservative, allegedly, orbiting around us. Just his only purpose now is just attacking the right wing, attacking the GOP. More articles about Matt Gaetz attacking Liz Cheney, which I support. Oh, here's a funny article from the Daily Caller. Is that Mitt Romney has 84% approval rating from with Utah Democrats, which I think is just funny. It's just a funny thing. is that he's not a Republican. Like, Mitt Romney is no longer a fucking Republican. Like, he has abandoned the GOP. Like, Mitt Romney is another one of these guys who is basically abandoned the GOP and is just orbiting around it, constantly attacking it. Like, that's his only function now. And he needs to go. Mitt Romney is definitely one of these people that need to go. Absolutely need to be gone. They need to seriously mount a serious challenge against this guy and get rid of him. Because all he does is attack us. He's not even really a safe vote. All he does is attack us. That's his only function. So Mitt Romney needs to fucking go. Oh, yeah, I wasn't sure if I was going to present this. What's amazing to me, the boomer who sat in Nancy Pelosi's chair is stuck in jail and was denied fucking bail. It's fucking insane to me. This guy sat in a fucking chair and is stuck in fucking jail. He's stuck in fucking jail. They won't give this guy bail because they're claiming he's a fucking terrorist because he sat in Nancy Pelosi's chair and took a piece of mail, like a parcel, from her desk. This guy's a terrorist who they can't release on bond for sitting in Nancy Pelosi's chair. So he's stuck in jail. It's fucking unbelievable. Meanwhile, the left are like, oh, we need to let out all the fucking incarcerated, violent black men. You know, all these black men that are out there selling drugs, raping white women, murdering people, murdering other blacks. We need to let all of them out of fucking prison. But when it comes to the random boomer who sat in Nancy Pelosi's jail, no bond. Remanded the fucking jail until trial. Sat in a chair. Let's see, is there anything else? Oh yeah, I'm not gonna play this because I don't want to hear him. But here's a tweet from David French and Jake Tapper, with Peter Major on there, Peter Nygaard, on there, where all he does is attack the right. That's all David French does. That's all Peter Major does. That's all Jake Tapper does. All they do is attack the right wing. That's all these people do. That's their only function. That's all they do. That's it. They just attack the right. They don't have anything to say about the left or anything else, nor what they're standing for. They're just fuck the right, fuck Trump, fuck the base, fuck you. That's all they do is attack the right. That's their only function. They're orbiters. They just orbit around the GOP, constantly attacking it. That's all they fucking do. Oh, here. Let me get a new image up. Sticking with the theme. Sticking with the theme. I'm going to get the super chats in a second here because I think I'm out of articles. Okay. Okay. Alright, that looks like it's it. And let me refresh my donation page and I'll read some super chats. Diddly Dooler says collections to the pastor. Thank you, Diddly Dooler. Mainly Miss Hurwitz says unrelated, but I thought you would enjoy this. And other works in privates and notably bring up yourself, lol. I'll bring that up really quick, but I don't really want to have some video blasting.
Girl.
Video select, what is this?
With your dad, like, cause if it's bad, you might take it out on me. You know I won't leave.
What is this?
A sad life and all that baggage you have. Know that you do, but you
Oh,
do.
it's making fun of women with daddy issues? Okay. Oh, I guess thank you mainly misheard. The Geth says the next step will be the ISP cutting off people's internet over politics. Yes, they're already working on it. There could easily be a No Internet for Terrorists Act and Verizon, Comcast cuts your cable. Yeah. Just build your own internet at that point, I guess. Mainly misheard says, weirdly enough, I have a song for the wife statement by the same guy. Okay. Let's see. Alright.
Two-seat and a bike ride. Take trips to the hillside for film night. Plane flight over plains of grain. Touchdown to take trains to places with flaked ice. Straight up, this is how I be. I don't seek the chicks, I just seek the D. I'm the classic boy with that classic scheme. Caught one broad, proficiently. Yeet. Checked into our bed and breakfast. Fuck my wife, then play some tennis. Played in high school.
Well, at least this one's funnier.
I'm not a fake man you never want to leave. Not the weak fella you see on TV. Gaslight me and I'll just fucking leave. Yes, I'd like a wife, a woman that's not an alcoholic.
Alright, well, at least this one's kind of funny. At least this, I'll have to watch this one later in full. At least this one's kind of funny. The last one is kind of whatever. But this one's kind of funny at the minimum, so that's good at least. So thank you, mainly misheard. Cowboy Curtis says, China targeting Taiwan for assimilation. We probably couldn't stop them if they go for it with Biden Kamala as president. If Taiwan falls, we could lose a valuable ally in Asia. And China can further threaten Japan, South Korea, and our naval assets in Guam. Thoughts? Yeah, I don't really know, because the Taiwan government, as far as I can tell, is incredibly weak. I don't know that much about Taiwan. But as far as I know, their government is just kind of like aloof, and I'm pretty sure like isn't like the guy, don't they have a king who's like or whatever who's like a fucking degenerate polygamist, some shit like that? I can't remember if I'm thinking of Taiwan or one other country, but I think I am thinking of Taiwan, where they just exist, and the leader is the degenerate, and it doesn't really take anything seriously. So what exactly are they gonna do? So I don't really see them as far as I can tell, like a very positive element on our end, because I don't really think they just kind of exist. That's kind of just like what they are. They just kind of exist. They aren't really strong as far as I can tell, and I don't really see them doing anything. Is that Thailand and not Taiwan? Oh, I'm thinking Thailand then? I have them confused. Okay, sorry. I forgot which is the one I was talking about. Alright. Thailand is the monarchy? Okay. Alright. I guess my mistake. Anyways. Thailand as the degenerate king. Okay, yeah. Then I'm right. Okay. I just had the wrong country. My mistake. I knew they were different places. Fuck you, chat. I was just confused as to which leader was whose. Alright? I know that Thailand and Taiwan are different places. I was confused about the leadership. So fuck you, chat. So yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to be a bad thing if they do take Taiwan, but the problem is whether we're going to be able to actually do anything about it, and whether the presidency that we have is willing to do anything about it. And I've seen certain people like Darren Beattie and a few others being like, oh, there isn't really like a pro-China bias with Biden and that sort of thing, and I totally disagree. I've seen Darren Beattie, and I'm trying to remember the other person I follow who said it, that we're wrong about like Beijing Biden, that sort of thing, that's not actually true, and I totally disagree. I'm trying to remember who else said it. I know Sticks and I agree on this. I think Sticks may have came up with Beijing Biden as a nickname, but I would say that that's what I view as truer than Darren Beattie saying that no, the apparatus isn't actually against China. I disagree with that. The base Talbanos. the base Taibanos. Oh, that's funny. Who said that? Dan1178. The base Taibanos. That is hilarious. That should be a meme. Because I see it in a sarcastic way as well. That I don't really care. Shit. Hey, did anyone earlier... I don't know how many people saw this on Twitter, but fucking Elon Musk interviewed that Vlad guy who was the guy that runs Robinhood, like the Robinhood app for trading. But for fucking no reason at all, fucking Elon Musk interviewed him and was like grilling him about like what he was doing, what happened. Like, how the fuck does that happen? The richest man in the world is interviewing some random faggot named Vlad who runs some stupid fucking app. How the hell does that happen? I was like listening to the interview. I was like, what the fuck is this? It sounds like he's holding an interview on Discord where he's grilling him about what happened with the GameStop stock. And I'm like, why is the richest man in the world interviewing this guy? Like, what the fuck is happening? It was the weirdest thing in the world. Did anyone see that? Did anyone hear that? Anyone listen to that on Twitter? How weird that was? The weirdest fucking thing I've seen in a while. Richest man in the world interviewing Vlad Faggot from fucking Robinhood. Very strange. Diddly Doodler. Actually, one more thing on Cowboy Curtis's question. If you were to ask me what we should do, we should have some very specific glowing type of people go to the border between China and India. And I don't know if it's like if China shares a border with India or shares it with Myanmar or whatever, which is like aligned with China or whatever. So that's why they have a problem with India. But suffice to say, India has some kind of fucking problem with China. And what we should do is go on over there, or I should say certain people that glow should go over there, and some bad things happen, unfortunately. And that all of a sudden, you know, China and India are really hating one another. So if I were to do something or to advocate something, it would be that some glowing persons go over to whatever the region is between India and China, and then some unfortunate instances occur. That's what I think should happen. And it's distraction. What do we do with the Soviet Union? Keep the Soviet Union focused on Afghanistan. Get them focused on this and that. Keep them focused. Keep them investing resources, pissing away resources, pissing away time, pissing away attention, so that we can make maneuvers elsewhere. I would advise it is in the dark. Yes, we need some glowing ends to show up there and handle that problem. Actually do something for a change. Is Pakistan a Chinese ally? I don't even know that. I don't know if I really want to provoke a fucking conflict between Pakistan and India. I think that's a little bit too risky. Because the Pakistani government is fucking crazy. China's government is pretty freaking rational. So I would say that we'd be far better off trying to provoke a reaction out of them in India than we would be with Pakistan and India. I think that's a bad recipe. Because I trust the Indians. I would not trust the Pakistanis. The Pakistanis are fucking crazy. But anyways, Daily Dueler says, Mayor Kane, through fire and brimstone, brings the Libertarian Party back from hell. Well, that's a nice, kind sentiment by Diddley Dooler. But I've followed him for a while. He doesn't seem that strong as a politician. Not a bad guy, but not that strong as a politician. Empty Brain Pan says, is the reason Biden gets two sharts about Burma, Myanmar, the rhetoric surrounding the word coup? Their army does that to governments at the drop of a hat, so why bother risking another jungle conflict near China's backyard besides domestic narrative? The reason is that obviously we had some kind of incentive. Obviously we had something invested in Myanmar in terms of preventing that kind of coup. Whether it's that we thought we could turn them at some point, or Russia's going to turn them, or something. That despite the obvious of the government's taking out a leader that they believed was basically a puppet for the Chinese, that we wanted to install a puppet of ours or something like that. Like, there's always some kind of reason that is not just, oh, well, we support democracy, because obviously, like, we're not above trying to kill fucking Assad or killing Gaddafi or Saddam, or we don't give a shit if they are dictator, democratically elected, whatever. We don't fucking care. I mean, Obama was spying on Merkel. We have our reasons for why we do things. None of them at this point are benevolent. None of them are for the reasons of democracy, blah, 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 liberty, blah, blah. That's all fucking farce at this point. Look at how the current paradigm treats American citizens. Do you think the current paradigm is benevolent and is, we care about freedom and liberty, when they're right now calling fellow Americans, right-wingers, just domestic terrorists, that we're all just domestic terrorists? You think they really give a shit about fairness and freedom and liberty and blah, 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 democracy, as they print ballots and win elections, allegedly? You know, when we have as fair elections as they did in fucking Iraq under Saddam? Yeah. I would say that the paradigm has kind of shown its hand, and that any rhetoric coming from Biden has an ulterior motive, that there is a reason why the paradigm would oppose a government coup in Myanmar of the puppet leader that they had there for China. There's obviously some other angle there. We just don't know exactly yet. We're left to speculate. But I would say that you guys can speculate in the chat. If someone comes up with something good, let me know, like pass it forward. But there's always some ulterior reason with the status quo, with the current neoliberal, neoconservative paradigm. Because they don't give a fucking shit about democracy. Not really. They don't really care. Charles says, have you seen the gun control introduced by Donna Brazil? No, I haven't. I forget even where. Is she a California representative or something? I don't even remember. I thought she was just a media host. I don't even know if she ran for anything. The Geth says, do you know the story of GameStop hedge funds and Robinhood? You should look into it. Yeah. I mean, it was a one-day issue that I don't really care that much about. I mean, unfortunately, Wall Street is what it is. It is just another sign. The people, the free market. It's like, well, I don't really know how free it really is, guys. And what can you do? You basically have to control the state, and whatever the oversight is of the stock market, I forget what it's called, but I think there's two. There's two like organizations within the state that oversee the stock market. But you basically just have to control those two, and then like intentionally fuck the hedge funds or whatever. Like you intentionally spike that element to the market. And the powers that be just stand by and allow it to happen. And it requires a level of coordination that we obviously don't have. That's pretty much how you have a freer market or solve that issue, so to say. You control the powers that be for the regulation side of it, so that way, I mean, obviously the result was, oh, regulation, get the regulators involved, fraud, blah, blah, market manipulation, blah, blah, blah. But you just have the apparatuses of the state say, no fraud. There was no fraud. It's fine. You lost some money. That's the free market. And you have them pull back or do something that basically incentivizes the Redditsburgs to be like, no, we're going to go all in this time, and now we're going to go after this hedge fund, and basically just allow what is essentially the free market to just bankrupt all these different hedge funds. If you would have saw the actual SEC is one. What's the other? The one is the SEC. There's another one. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty confident there's another big one other than the SEC. But aside from the SEC, if you have those two organizations just step back, or basically in some sense not endorse, but clear the path for people to get in the idea in their head that they basically have the permission of the state and the regulators to fuck these organizations, they'll go crazy. They'll go hog wild and go after them. Because it's like, oh, we can get away with it now. The state's not going to come after us, so they'll just go after them. Oh, I think it's the FTC. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Federal Trade Commission. Yep. That's it. FTC and the SEC. I think those are the two big ones. Oh, someone's got a third one. FDIC. FDIC. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. Oh, I think this has to do with, no, this has to do with credit unions. I think you might be off base on this. I think that's something different. I'm talking about the stock market. But in any case, if we control the FTC and the SEC, and we basically put out a message like, no, this isn't illegal, this isn't a crime, it's just people buying stock. They like the stock, so leave it at that. If they put out just a message like that, concise and just kind of dismissive of the idea and that they're not going to do anything, people will be like, oh, it's go time, baby. Let's go. Let's keep doing this. Let's go after them because now we have to come, the state is standing by, that's, what is it? Standing by and, what was the line from Trump? Standing down and standing by, or what was it from Trump? Standing firm and standing by. What was it? Somebody shouted out in the chat. What was the line from Trump about the Proud Boys? Something and then standing by. What was it? Standing strong and standing by. What was it? I can't remember. Somebody shouted out in the chat. Stand back and stand by. Thank you, Chad. Stand back and stand by. We gotta get, if you control the FTC and the SEC, you have them both put out a tweet that says, we didn't see any illegal behavior, but stand back and stand by, Redditors. Some shit like that. Bro, it would be huge. They go crazy. They would go crazy after they did something like that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that? Like, if they tweeted out some meme post like that, like stand back, stand by, they would, people on Reddit and all these people that are investing, they would go fucking ballistic. They'd recognize it as a meme post and they go crazy as a direct result from that. I think that would be beautiful to watch. Just like have all these people going after Wall Street. All I want to say is this. If we get those $1,600 checks, I don't even know if we got them or not. I don't even know if 1,600 checks. I don't even think, did we get them or not? Oh, not 16,000, 1,600. No, we haven't yet. They're still debating it. Okay, I didn't think so. But if we get those $1,600 checks, man, we got to get going here. We got to fucking, I don't know what stock we got to pump up. But, you want to look up, let me look it up. I looked this up the other day because I was curious. I was like, what corporation owns the like the abbreviated stock of Loli? So I looked it up, and there's a company called the Lollipop Corporation, and it has the abbreviation for the stock in the stock market as Loli. So I was like, oh man, it's too bad this company went bankrupt. Because that would be like the meme stock that I would say that we should buy is Loli. Buy in Loli. All right, I saw somebody in the chat say change the post. Okay, change the post. But it's out of business, so we're fucked now. You can't buy it. Life savings into Loli. You gotta call into the stock market. Call your broker. Buy Loli. Put it all in Loli today. We're going big today on Loli. We got a short thought, and we gotta buy Loli. We gotta short the thought stock. Is there a thought stock? I'm gonna look that up right now. It doesn't look like it. Let me put in No, there isn't. There isn't thought in the stock market. That's too bad, because that's gotta be the one that we short. Loli coin when? If I'm going into Bitcoin, I already know what I'm doing. You had in the beginning, they had Bitcoin, and then they had, what is it, Dogecoin? Is that how you say it, Dogecoin? But the up and comer, the real true cryptocurrency is Lolita coin. That is the true libertarian, anarcho-capitalist fucking, 21st century mad lad fucking cryptocurrency is Lolita coin. Flat coin? Nah, that sounds too negative. Flat coin sounds a little bit too negative. That makes it sounds like it's flat in price. Lincoln Project. Oh yeah, I forgot about the Lincoln Project. Oh yeah, I forgot about that story. I guess I'll find that real quick. Because that is a funny story. Oh yeah, the last super chat was from the Geth about Donna Brazil, who I don't know what the fuck she's doing. Bullish on the Lolita coin, that's right. Bullish on Loli. Here, it won't let me do it on here for some reason. I gotta go all the way to YouTube. I used to be able to chat with the chat on Streamlabs OBS, but it won't let me do it now for some reason. Like, I don't even know why it won't let me do it, but it yeah, it won't let me chat on this anymore for some reason. Let me do it. Mute my own fucking stream. Type it out. There we go. Just type it in for meme's sake before we move on. Okay, let's see here. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, I think we'll do this one. I had a couple articles. We'll do this one, I guess. So, one of the true conservatives out there, the true conservatives that's worked for John McCain and I think a couple other people. And it's so funny because people like, what's his name? Karl Rove apparently knew about this guy for longer than I've been fucking born. This guy was like an in-the-closet fucking faggot who was like soliciting young men and then in one case an underage boy that he was trying to groom him and eventually fuck him. And this guy was I think one of two founders, him and that bald douchebag. What is his name? I'm sure they have his name in here somewhere. What is the name of that bald douchebag? I forget his fucking name. He's another, like, Project Lincoln, or Lincoln Project, is pretty much the apex orbiter of the GOP. Like, I don't think there's anybody bigger than the Lincoln Project in orbiting around the GOP, just straight up never ending attacking it. They attack Trump and the GOP throughout Trump's administration. And that's their only purpose, is helping the left and hurting the right. That's the only thing they do. And one of these true conservatives that was a part of the Lincoln Project, and they're not even denying it, by the way. They're not even denying all these allegations. They're just, like, apologizing for it. I've seen no denials that this guy was doing this shit. And people like Karl Rove are just like, yeah, he was doing this. And I've known about it since, like, 1984 or some shit. And it's like, Jesus Christ. So, this guy, what's his name? John Weaver, he was, like, a closet fag degenerate. Like, he was grooming young Republican men to fuck for, like, decades, apparently. That people are alleging that they've known about this for an extremely long time. And Karl Rove on Fox News, which is like, yeah, I've known about this since like the 80s. So yeah, it's true. So it is allegations, but being that no one has denied it at all, there is no denial, makes me say this is very likely true then. When no one is denying it, then to me, it's like, okay, yeah, it's true then. Because if somebody was like, Louis the closet fag, he's abandoned his family, cheated on his wife, and he's fucking 14-year-old boys, I'm pretty sure I would deny that if it were untrue. And even if it weren't, I'd be wise enough to deny that I committed a fucking felony, like several fucking felonies, grooming and soliciting sex with an underage child. You think you'd be smart enough to deny that at least, but this fucking guy is denying none of it as far as I know. And the organization itself is denying none of it. So, if you ask me, that means a lot of this shit is probably true. Maybe not every single person that actually went to something, but the fact is, this guy is a fucking piece of shit, degenerate, adulterer, fag. Like, and I say fag in some way, meaning it in a harsh fashion against the fact that he's gay, because this guy is a homewrecker. He has embarrassed his family. He's had affairs on his wife. And the whole time, he's like, I'm a true conservative, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, he's in the closet fucking men. So, if you're going to be gay, then be gay, fine. But if you're in the closet calling yourself a conservative, and you have a family, and you have children, and you're out there languishing me, saying, oh, this guy's not a real conservative, you're not a real conservative, you're not a real Republican. Well, you're a guy that's soliciting sex with underage boys, pretending to be a conservative when you're in the closet fag. Fuck you. You're a piece of shit. He's a degenerate. He's a degenerate. Okay? Am I wrong in saying that? Is that so ostentatious for me to say that this fucking dude is a fucking degenerate? He's trying to, like, persuade and in some cases coerce men to have sex with him. All the while, he's pretending to be some upstanding fucking true conservative family man. The whole time, he's fucking guys having casual sex with guys, trying to pressure them into sex. This guy's a piece of shit. and a degenerate. So I'm actually surprised by the lack of condemnations that I've seen about this guy. I have not really seen. I've seen people like saying like, "Oh, haha, fuck Project Lincoln Project and fuck him, blah blah blah." Oh, John McCain, blah blah blah, Epstein, all this other shit. It's like, why is no one condemning this guy's actions? Why is no one condemning this guy as being an adulterer and a fucking hypocrite, closeted fag who's destroyed his own family and is pressuring and using his money and his status to coerce men into sex? He's a predator. This guy's a fucking piece of shit degenerate. Why is no one, I've not seen barely anyone condemning this fucking guy's actions. Like, they're making fun of him, they're making fun of the Lincoln Project, they're calling it Project Epstein and Pedo Project and all this shit. Why is no one condemning John Weaver and his fucking awful actions? His hypocrisy and his immoral actions. Why is no one condemning this fucking guy? That's my problem. I agree with Sylvia in the chat. You can be gay without being a fag. This guy's a fag. I agree. That is my position as well. You could be gay, but you're not necessarily a fag. But if you're a fag and you're gay, well, that's just how it is. But it's not because you're gay that you're a fag. You're just a fag. And in this case, this guy is a fag. That is what he is. He's on the left now. Dude, this is a guy who's claimed to be a true conservative. Like, it's a meme among, like, of Styx and, more so, I guess, Razor Fist, and I've seen a couple of other people make fun of this, of, like, the true conservative, like, trademark, like, true conservative, true con, of, like, I'm so principled, I'm a true conservative. That's what this guy did, because that's all John McCain ever did. John McCain, that's all he was about, was I'm a true conservative. I'm sure John Weaver was exactly the same. I'm a true conservative. Yet at the same time, in the closet, fucking and pressuring men, including an underage boy, into sex, all the while pretending to be some straight, principled, conservative family man. You know? Just another embarrassment. And I'm glad, like, distance, like, that's what I mean, we need to throw these people out of the GOP. Okay? Throw the degenerates out of the GOP. I don't know if I'm included. I might be. This might be a bad policy to set. Throw the perverts out of the GOP. Wait, why are you guys getting rid of me? Maybe that'll come back to haunt me. But still, guys like this who are legit predators and hypocrite pieces of shit, get rid of them. Like, I'm not out here being like the true Puritan, like this guy probably was. Sorry about that burp. That was unprofessional, but I had a salad for dinner, and that's kind of the consequence. Cheese says, the LGBT shit is driving me insane. It drove me to the right in 2015. And 6 years later, the trans shit is even more toxic and anti-masculine. By the way, the next big cryptocurrency will be George Floyd coin. I hear there's a lot of pressure on that coin. I heard about George Floyd coin, about Floyd coin. There's a lot of pressure right now on it. Also, it's kind of strangled, if you ask me. I really wish that people would get their knee off the neck of the Floyd coin. Too much pressure on it. It's being strangled and asphyxiated. It's awful. Gotta let the Floyd coin breathe, man. Also, look into Philosophy Tube's transition. What a fag. And I've only heard of that guy, like, loosely, and I don't really care. I don't care about random fucking blue-pilled YouTubers. Who cares? But yeah, I hear you on LGBT shit driving you crazy in 2015. That's where I was really starting to shift. Like when you had gay marriage federally legalized because of the Supreme Court, or basically it being banned, being overturned by the Supreme Court, which was June 25th, I want to say, 2015. I'll just Google it to see if I'm right. See if I actually forgot about it. I might actually have the wrong day. Did I forget the day? Oh, it's June 26th, I think. Not the 25th. Yep, the 26th, not the 25th. But yeah, ever since then, it really was like a red pill moment where they got that, and then the NGOs and all that shit just got so worse. And it's like, what the fuck's going on? What happened? Man, yeah, that definitely was a red pilling moment. I see people in the chat memeing up fucking the Floyd coin. Short squeeze on the Floyd coin. Oh, shit. Oh, that's good shit right there. Oh, man, that's funny. The Floyd coin got shorted by the Fentanyl Group, which is a Wall Street hedge fund that's shorting it, or what the name of the cop was? Name it after him. No Name says, what do you think is causing degeneracy, Lewis? What's the origin of the problem? It's not just one thing. Is this the fallout from the death of Christianity? What the fuck are all the powerful pedos? Why the fuck are all the powerful pedos? I would say that I can't really answer the former. I think that's a big question, and I think that there's many reasons why there is degeneracy. I think that over time, one of the answers is luxury, comfort, harmony in society. When you have abundance, you naturally become more liberal, as far as I can tell. But it's not even liberal in the sense of like wanting freedom. It's like libertine, which I'm not a libertine. And I would say that when you have abundance and you have like nihilism and laziness and shiftlessness and a lack of purpose that comes as a direct result of peace and prosperity, eventually, that the result is a more and more libertine attitude. And so what that leads into is into the latter, which is, why are there so many powerful pedos? Well, it just is the natural outcome of like just abandoning morals. It's the idea that, there's nothing really wrong with soliciting sex with people who are underage. That, oh no, they can actually really consent. Because what really is the moral distinction then? Like, what is the distinction? Why limit yourself? Like, why is that your limitation when you don't limit yourself on anything else? Why is that? And I've disagreed with Sargon about this, and I think one other person where we talked about this, where they thought, I think it was Nick Ricada, that they're like, oh no, we won't ever go there. And I was like, no, you're wrong. Like, you fundamentally don't understand that there is no distinction. Like, why, or maybe it was Sargon, I'm just misremembering, that why would we ever not go there? Why would there ever really be a line in the sand where that would not happen? When there's no line in anything else. And we're getting really, really, really mixed of identity and sex. Like, there is a tie between your identity itself and sexual consent. And, oh, you can't ever say anything against sexual identity and sexual consent. That's wrong. Oh, you're against gay people having sex. Oh, you're bigoted. Well, why wouldn't it directly eventually lead to people who are underage? It is a limitation that has been placed on society by culture and by the state. Why wouldn't we eventually reach that point? Why? I think people are wrong about it being like, oh, the pedos are going to become a victim group, and I've joked about like LGBTP, but I don't think it's really that they're going to be a victim group. I think that it is the boundary of sex with minors. of that boundary placed by society and the state. I think that whoever it was, Nick or Sargon, who said that that parents wouldn't ever acquiesce to that, I would say that Drag Kids proves them wrong. That Drag Kids is the clear sign that you will have parents that will stand aside as predators rape their children. Out of some like, oh, it's the new left-wing Vogue, in Vogue fashion statement is fucking little kids. That if that becomes what is fashionable, there will be a certain percentage of parents who will just abide by it, who will go along with it. Because they are themselves degenerates. And they just have no concept of any moral constraints. So, I would say that fundamentally, I would say that the path that we're currently on, we will get to that point, and it will not surprise me, but it will surprise a great many people. And the problem is whether they're actually going to stand up to it. Like, I just fear that we're going to get to the point where something like that occurs, and because the left has so much power by that point, that you're basically going to have parents who are going to try to prevent, like, predators from raping their children, and the parents are going to go to prison. Like, shit like that. Like, people would say, oh, that's so ridiculous and hyperbolic. It's like, really? What world are you living in? You're obviously not living in this one. You're not living in this reality to say that that's far-fetched, based on Drag Kids. When you have fucking adults putting dollar bills into the pants of fucking underage boys, how the fuck, and nothing comes from that. When it is illegal, where it has gone to the Supreme Court, and it has been rendered illegal, unconstitutional, and it is done, and there are no consequences. There's no action taken by anyone to stop it. And it's with the consent of the parents. You don't think that somehow a few days from now it could spring up that all of a sudden on the left it's in vogue to fuck kids? And that people are going to suddenly everyone's going to go, whoa, 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 whoa. Now's where we put it, the limitations. I don't fucking think so. I think people are deluded. So, what's going to be required of us is on our end is to use the state to find instances like the Drag Kids, like dancing, strip teasing on a cabaret stage, put in some glow-in-the-darks, wait for it to happen, and then arrest fucking everyone and have, like, whoever the kid is, have them put into foster care, send the people who were there to, 50 years in prison, the parents to 70 years in prison, and just be brutal. That is, if you ever want to know how to stop something dead in its tracks from catching on in society, it is through brutality. It is the Tarkin Doctrine. If you want to stop something dead in society, one, you identify it, where its source is, gay culture. That's where Drag Kids is stemming from, is through drag. It's part of gay culture. It's a degenerate aspect of gay culture. That's where it's coming from. And then you let them have that happen in a couple, cabaret clubs like they did in New York City or wherever it was. And then you arrest everyone, and then you prosecute them brutally. You sentence them to decades in fucking prison. You make it very public, and you say that from now on, any instance of this, we are going to prosecute to the fullest and brutally. They're going to be remanded to prison. We're going to take you where kids. We're going to do everything that we can to throw the book at you, and you're going to be going to jail for decades on end. We're going to reassert that it's unconstitutional, that cases like this have gone to the Supreme Court. They've been found unconstitutional. That precedent stands. It's unchallenged. That is the fucking law. And don't even bother with, the NYPD should do it, or the San Francisco police should do it, or whoever. No, you have federal agents raid. I don't give a shit. Have soldiers, have infantrymen raid those buildings, armed, willing to use lethal force, arrest everyone, anyone fucking resists, shoot them dead on the scene, armed or not, arrest everyone decades away in federal prison. That's how you solve that problem in an instant. Is that you show that that the state will not stand for it. And the fact is, it is because it is not constitutionally protected expression. It is prohibited expression under the Constitution and through the Supreme Court. Their precedent stands, and I've not seen any challenges to it. It's prohibited. So, me and my nice squeaky fucking leather chair. I don't know if anyone's noticed, like, all the squeaking and noise my chair makes. But I bought a new chair a while back, or I got a gift, actually, for Christmas of this new leather chair. And it was actually cheap as shit, but it's actually very comfortable. Yeah, please like the stream if you haven't already. Like this stream. And if you haven't already, like my last video. I should say that. Like my last video. Because we were pretty close to 1,000 likes in my last video. But it didn't quite get there. I was surprised by how few comments it got. And the fact that it didn't click 1,000 likes. It was actually, the views went up and were fine. But not 1,000 likes. So let's get things up to 1,000. Like this video. Like the previous, like this stream. Like my previous video. Like it up. Get those likes going. Like it up. Gotta get that over 1,000. Alright, good. Glad to see that people are liking it. No, that's why I had to mention it, because it squeaks in a certain way, where it might sound like some other kind of bodily noise, but I promise you, I'm not dumb enough to let one rip on a stream. It's my chair. So yeah, like this video, like my previous video. Just thought I'd say that to get that going, because apparently according to Steven Crowder, YouTube has changed their algorithm again. So comments apparently count for a lot, and as far as I know, liking a video still counts. So it's why I say to do it, because it apparently helps. So why not say it, you know? Anyways, I don't need to see that degenerate on my screen anymore. Let's go back to this degeneracy. Oh, here's a new one. Let's put this one on screen. Oops, I accidentally kept this tab open. Probably not helping my fucking bitrate. Alright. Well, how long have we been going? 3.5 hours? Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's 12:45. Well, I guess I'll turn this over to the chat, because I'm not really sure if I had much else to talk about. So, what's going on in the chat, people? What's going on in the chat? What's going on? Let me know what's going on. What are you guys up to? What's the news of the day? What's the talking points of the day? What do we got going here? Impromptu Copcast? Nah, I don't want to do that just yet. I'm pretty close. I'm pretty close to having enough material to do a Copcast. I need like 2 to 4 more videos. All the videos I got are kind of short. So I need about like 16 videos. And I have 12 at the moment. So I need 4 more, you know. So I almost got enough for a Copcast. But not enough just yet. I just moved out of California. Well, have fun with that. Make a Juan Bourne short. Well, the problem is that I can't make a shirt. I don't have any fucking companies to use. Like, everyone that I know has been deplatformed by all the shirt companies, so I don't even have a shirt company to use. Like, what shirt company can I use that's not going to deplatform me? I asked this in, like, the last stream, give me a name, and no one did. No one gave me a name for a company to use to make shirts. Screech passed away? Yeah, I saw people tweeting about that earlier. Cowboy says, you get a shotgun from the one guy offering you a free one. I could mail you an Ithaca semi-auto 12 shotgun if you want. You just have to pick it up. No. I appreciate that, but let's just hold off on the shotgun stuff for now. I got other priorities at the moment. Make pillows? do you mean body pillows, or do you mean a Juan-born fucking pillow? Crypto Fashion? I think, didn't Crypto Fashion do platform Sargon? Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't they deplatform Sargon, or am I thinking of somebody else? Make sombreros? Shit. I don't know. I'm trying to see, like... They have a decent amount of, people on here. The one I recognize is, what's his face? The one comic book author. I forget his name. He has his name, his thing on here is Comic Artist Pro Secrets, but I forgot that guy's name itself. And he did all the fandom Menace gear. He doesn't even have that much on here, which is surprising. Lowly themed sombreros. I don't see Razorfish shit on here. Oh man, I'm already thinking of like what it would look like, of what a Juan-born shit would look like. I think it would be pretty funny. I don't know. Like the thing is, I don't even know if it would sell though. It's like, I got one guy asking me for it, you know? How many people are even interested in this? I gotta do, like, a poll of, like, how many people are genuinely interested in a fucking Juan-born t-shirt? Tell me, look under R. I don't see Razor Forest on here. I see. Oh, Jeremy has his stuff on here from the quartering. He's got his stuff on here. At least he did. It looks like one of them are expired. Gray Pride shirt? That's weird. The one good one is the gray one that says Get Woke Go Broke. That's a good shirt that he has on there. But I don't know. I think this is a small enough company where you'd have to probably go to them and say, like, hey, I'm interested in putting a shirt on here. I'm going to go to affiliates. No, it looks like that's just getting money. Yeah, I don't know how you would post shit on here. I'm not sure how you would actually create stuff for this website, because I don't really see that listed on here. I mean, if anyone knows the crypto fashion people, whoever's behind this organization, like, I guess I'd be willing to talk to them about whatever, you know, would be necessary to reach out to them. I would just want to know. I just don't want them to fucking steal my money. Like what happened to Sargon for like thousands and thousands of fucking dollars. The other thing, too, is I'd probably have to, like, I don't know if I want to just do the one shirt. I'd probably try to do more than one, and I'd probably have to hire an artist to do that. And I've only had one reach out to me that was, like, something that would be near what I would need. Sargon, I think somebody said it was like Redbubble or something like that. That was the name of the website that banned him. But some organization reached out to Sargon, I'm pretty sure. He put some shit up in their merch store, and he sold like thousands and thousands of dollars worth of merch. And then all of a sudden, the websites they're like, all right, you're banned. We're terminating your account, and we're keeping your fucking money. And the problem with Sargon being Sargon, he didn't fight it at all. Which I in private, I condemned him for. I was like, you're a fucking idiot. I straight up said, like, you're a fucking idiot if you let that go. And he did. He just let it go. He let them rob him. He didn't even do anything with it. So, disavow for the night towards Sargon. Got ripped off from a company and didn't even fight it. Teespring also ripped him off, yes. But it wasn't for as much money. As far as I know, it was Redbubble that really fucked him. Let's see. Yeah, so I guess I could try to email these guys or something. Do they even have an email? They have like they have a telephone number. What am I supposed to call these fucking guys? Like, hey, oh, here we go, contact form. All right. I was gonna say they don't even have an email I could send this shit to. Come on. All right. Well, I'll save this link on the other screen. I'll send them an email. I'll be like, hey, I wouldn't mind posting. I'm a YouTuber. I wouldn't mind posting my stuff on there because I'm worried about being deplatformed from other outlets. Not that I'm trying to post anything too provocative, but, you know, I'm sure people that run this website know how things are at the moment. Let's see. Ooh, man, some fucking provocative loli. What the fuck? Getting a lot of weird shit on Twitter right now. Seeing a lot of weird stuff. Also, it's like weird stuff in waifus. Like, that's currently what's going on. Apparently, is there a riot in Rochester? Is that what's going on today? There's a riot earlier in Rochester or something? They're like busting out a gate to a police station. let me play this. Probably super loud. Alright, cringe. Rochester. So fucking stupid. National security budget is affirmative action program for sociopaths. I retweet that. Nothing but fucking weird shit and waifus. Sorry for the dead air, but I'm just currently... I'm trying to remember what the fuck I was even looking for. I was looking for something specifically. Now I don't remember what the hell it was. There was something specifically I was looking for. Maybe you like wind back in the stream and remind me, because I don't. Alright, let's just get another image up. Hold on. This one's like a different kind of art style, which is kind of kind of okay. Kind of only okay with this art style. T-shirt website. Yeah, I already saved that link. I already got that up. I'm going to have to take care of that after. I'll have to send him an email. But, what was it? Somebody sent a super chat. Have you heard about Missouri passing a law that would nullify all federal gun legislation? The South honestly had a point with nullification. Well, good for Missouri. I mean, we'll see if that actually lands true there, no name. But typically these things are all talk and no action and all bark, no bite. So we'll see if that kind of bill actually has any real fangs to it. I would say with the Democrats, you know, right now things are still trending in the direction of the GOP in 2022, and they would be fucking stupid to try any gun control shit now. It's one of those big issues on the right that they would be dumb to try. They could get away with immigration and a lot of other stuff that most Americans are blue-pilled on completely. Most Americans are blue-pilled on immigration. So they could get away with shit like that. Or maybe shit like the, you know, Washington, D.C. or Puerto Rico. People in general are probably blue-pilled on that too. But gun control, man, they've lost the argument so bad, and they might be able to get away with it for all of like 2 years, really, or that's the window they got. Because if they try to do anything, they better hope they pass it. Because if they don't and it fails, it's just going to be used as a trampoline for the right wing to leap into power in 2022. And I guarantee a win after that, ballots or whatever. Let's see here. So yeah, I'll say earlier, if you haven't already liked this video and like my previous video, I'll say that again before we end the stream. But one of the other things is if you have any decent cop videos, pass them along my way, I guess, on Twitter. Probably on Twitter, maybe Facebook, but not Gab. Gab, I'm not going to see shit. I can barely stay logged in on Gab. Gab is totally shit. But Twitter or Facebook, send me some cop videos. I only need like 4 more and we can do a cop cast. So let me know if you got any particular cop videos you think are good to watch, and try to some people are actually good about finding more obscure ones. So if you know of any obscure videos, those are an added bonus, because maybe I haven't seen them and so I can use them actually. So yeah, that's if you people want another Copcast, I'll make that recommendation. Is find me like 4 more videos, and we could do it up. We could do a Copcast. It's not gonna happen tonight because it's too late, but another day, and we could do it. But like I said, haven't already, like this video, give it a thumbs up. Give this fucking video a thumbs up, people. And give my previous video, a thumbs up. Get it going there. Because that does me plenty, I would say. I'm not sure if I have too many videos this time around that are that amazing. Like, last time around, dude, there were some amazing fucking videos. Copcast 1, I think was... I mean, I'll leave it to you which one you thought was better. I don't know really which Copcast was better than the other. The first one was probably better organized. But, man, there were some crazy fucking videos in that second one. And it started the fucking legendary meme of Juan Bourne, man. Juan Bourne is a legendary meme, and I still I haven't watched it in a while, but like I watched it like a month ago. I watched I quickly watched the Juan Bourne part of the stream, and I was watching it cracking up. Like it is still to this day legitimately funny. It's starting out in the parking garage and then towards the actual Juan Bourne of jumping around in the car. Like, that is legitimately fucking funny. Like, I don't care who you are. That is legit fucking funny. And the problem is, what the humor probably that a lot of people wouldn't understand, including Nick Ricada, he didn't get, was the guy getting shot afterwards. A lot of people don't really understand that humor, but I do. And it seems a whole lot of you do, too. It seems like I'm not the only one that finds that funny. It seems some people have a problem finding it funny, but I don't. Oh, shit. Somebody just sent in a super chat. Louis, I'm having to choose right now between a few medical residencies. Can you tell me what Syracuse is like without lockdowns? Are there a lot of Asian college students around, or is it a wasteland? There's a lot of black people in Syracuse. Syracuse is, I guess, like, it's nicer than Buffalo, and it's arguably nicer than Rochester. I've seen some people from Syracuse complain about it, but it seems to have a lot more rich people living there than other places. How many Asian students are there? I can't really say. If you want to get like an Asian GF, then I would recommend University at Buffalo. There are waves of fucking Asians there. So there's plenty of Asians at UB, but for wherever you're going in Syracuse, I can't really speak to any of the universities there. But then again, there's a disproportionate number of Asians pretty much in all the major universities outside of like state colleges. Like there was almost no Asians for my alma mater. Almost no Asians at all. There were some, but not many. Mostly, it was like really just whites, blacks, and whites, blacks, and some Hispanics. Like that's pretty much what the bulk of that university was. Some Hispanics, but mostly black and white. But UB is pretty much what you'd expect out of like a fucking Hallmark commercial or a diversity commercial or whatever. It's like a mix of the fucking world in a bad way, in my opinion. And a lot of those Asians there are like, they're not like, straight out of like California style, like third generation. No, they're like first fucking generation Asians. So they're like bona fide fucking probably date within the race Asians. So good luck there. Chinese spy GF. Yeah, that's pretty much what I meme about on Twitter. Is that you want a fucking Asian girl, but what are the odds? It's like the over/under on whether she's a Chinese spy, and how like what's the danger versus payoff. You know, the risk reward if she's a fucking honeypot. It's barely a joke. Barely a joke. Zoidberg in the chat. I'm saying that Asians have a very strong in-group preference, as do many of the foreigners. A lot of foreigners have a very strict in-group preference. So you thinking like, oh, this first-generation Asian girl who barely speaks fucking English, I'm gonna be saddling my way up to her and, you know, inside that tight Asian pussy within the hour. It's like, nah, dude. If you're white, you're gonna have a problem, or any other color. Like, foreigners have an in-group preference. You notice that when you meet them or talk to them. So you're going to have to fucking not only break the ice there of having an interracial relationship, you're going to have to get through the ice of them dating someone that they can barely speak the fucking language of. Run for office as a Democrat and the spies will gravitate towards you. Yeah, pretty much. I don't think it matters, though. I don't think it really matters. Like, it's easier with the Democrats, but I can't imagine they're not trying to infiltrate the Republicans. I can't imagine they're not trying to do that. It wouldn't make any sense for them to not at least try to do that. Colonize the cash. It's a very dirty way of putting it, but I don't necessarily disagree. Don't necessarily disagree with that sentiment. Speak their language. Fuck that. Fuck that. What country are you living in, fucking dickhead? As long as you're living in America, you speak the American language. You want to go fucking speak nigger, go back to Niggerstan and speak that shit there. Otherwise, you're here speaking American. Speak their language. What country are you living in, boy? Excuse me, sir, but do you understand you're living in upstate New York? I don't understand your nigger-standing language. You're going to have to speak the common tongue, if it, as it were. Yellow Asians or brown Asians? I have a very strong preference towards the yellow ones. The milky white ones. The funny part is, if, like, one of the problems that I'm always going to have is, even if everything in my life actually clicks into place at some point, the lockdown ends, and then mysteriously overnight, everything in my life clicks into place. Someday I run for office, and I'm going to go on TV. It's like, Mr. Levi, or Mr. Le Vau, however we're going to say it at this point. We have a stream where you said the phrase, nigger stanny, about Asians. What exactly, could you clarify your statement on nigger stannies and Asians? You spoke in a southern accent and you said, what exactly is a nigger standing? I don't really understand that. What relation to it is, with you in the South and as it relates to East Asia? You're going to have to explain that one to me. And, the only response I'm ever going to be able to give to any of this shit, outside of a handful of issues which I know I'm going to get pulverized on, is like, just having to say, like, how much of what I say is just a joke, that how much of what I say is just for the purposes of entertainment and to make people laugh, that I don't take race very seriously, and I don't think anyone should, which is part of the joke. Is me not taking it seriously. It's why I say these things, is I don't take it seriously. So that's what gives me moral license to just say it, because I don't care. The best part, though, is keeping it like that, keeping it seemingly ignorant or ridiculous, because then they're going to have to actually say the word. It's like, you said the N-word. it's going to say, you know, I'm going to say, well, exactly what was the quote? What was I saying? And it's like, oh, you were telling East Asians to not speak niggerstani. Do you stand by that statement? And it's like, well, what is that statement? Do you think I'm serious if I even said that? Do you think it's a serious statement to tell East Asians to stop speaking niggerstani in America? Do you think that's a very serious statement? Or do you think it's a fucking joke and that was the intention? And the point is to be absurd. It's an absurd statement because I was making a joke. The point being, I'm absurd, race is absurd. That was the point. What do you think I was being serious with that statement? Or are you now being absurd, thinking that I was being serious? Chad, yes. Excuse me, Mr. Le Vau. Did you say, excuse me, Representative Le Vau, did you say earlier, have you said 116 times on stream over the last 5 years, nigger? Yes. But the point is you're never going to get me once. You're never going to get me once where I'm saying it in a serious statement where I'm like, oh, this black person I don't like or any shit like that. Never happened, not going to happen once. Not going to happen. Let's see here. No, I'm sure there has to be a count. There has to be a count. I'm sure the count is like 100. It's got to be like 100 something. There's no, I don't even think it's over 200 at this point. Over years and years. I haven't done that many videos, haven't done that many streams. I'm sure it's probably 100 or so times I've said it. Someone, I mean, if you're the true fan of my channel, go look that up. Go watch every single video and stream that I've ever done and find out how many times I've dropped an M-bomb in a video or in a stream. And then clip it all together. Find out how many fucking times I've said it. I would imagine the count is probably over 100 times. If I ever get big enough, somebody will do that. If I ever get like 500,000 subs, something like that, the dream, the delusion that I'll ever reach that point. But if I do, somebody will do it. You'll have some retard on a, you know, image board or a fucking Reddit or something like that. You know, whatever it is, Discord. They'll do it. They'll look through every single video I've ever done. However, algorithmically, you know, they'll listen to the words I say, and then using the algorithm, they'll find out how many times I've said the N-word. They'll total it up, and then they'll say how many times I've said it. It's possible. If I'm ever big enough, that'll happen. I guarantee it. I might break my mold here to show another image instead of the ones I have been, just because I like it so much. But we'll see if we have this one's not that good of an image, unlike that one. This one's also kind of mediocre, so I'll get rid of that. I guess this one's fine. Let's put this one up. This one's fine. So put this one up. This will probably be the last one. So I'm trying to outdo Quentin Tarantino. That's right. That's right. I'm pretty sure I have outdone Quentin Tarantino. Pretty sure I have. I'll take on that challenge. I'll take on the challenge of who said the N-word the most, of me or Quentin Tarantino. I think I'll win that. So is there anything else before we tie this one off? Anything else there, chat, before we end this stream? Because I'm pretty much out of things to talk about for today. I'm going to check my this video, and I'll check the last one. Oh, we've got to 900. We need 100 more. We need 100 more likes on my previous video. And let me check this stream. Oh, man, we're really low on this stream. We are really low. We are terribly low on this stream. I hope this number isn't right. We are awfully low. I'm going to check that out. Yes, my God, we are so low. 300 likes? Come on. We had like 700 people in here at one point. Come on. Terrible. It's terrible. Chat, you're letting me down. People listening to this, you're letting me down here. Terrible numbers. Terrible. Unforgivable. I'm going to go, like, I'm going to have a straight up fuck the fans moment here. People, you're letting me down. Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. But is there anything else before we go? This article is important. Oh, here's another article in the Federalist. I forgot about this. By David Marcus, so I'm not sure who that is, but it's in the Federalist of basically saying, like, fuck Mitch McConnell, he's got to go. Yeah, so this is pretty much his point. And by the way, this to me is totally acceptable. Like, this perspective that he needs to sit down now and let the conservative movement grow into its new form, which is a nationalist movement, a form he seems completely opposed to. Correct. And that's the thing. Like, if you are completely opposed to the GOP base and the strategy of the new party and the angle, the way the party's heading into, you just need to step aside. Like, it's not your position to just hold direct control over the party the way that he has done. And I don't expect him to just step down. I expect him to have to be forced out. So this is another example of coalescing. Coalescing in our side. Like, our side is coalescing. But yeah, thank you for the people actually liking the video. So good job, people liking the video and liking my previous video. I appreciate that. It helps the channel. And I like everything to be over 1,000. We got the numbers. I got the base. We got the support. We got the activity. Everything should be over 1,000. Every single video. Safari 2022, turtles included. I absolutely agree. Who said that? J Bones. I was thinking about doing a video today on the topic that I covered for this, and I'm questioning, obviously, it's yesterday, I'm unsure whether I'm going to do that today, meaning Tuesday. I'll have to think about it, whether I'm actually going to do a video, being that I just talked about it, but I think I could do a video where I more or less say what I had to say in a short package and specify exactly why I feel this way, why it should happen, why it's the right move, why it should be inevitable based on the fact that this is the new movement in the party, that the people who are left are just holdovers from a previous paradigm who don't represent the base, and things such as that are all true and are fair. They're fair to say, and so I think it's worth saying, and more than just me sputtering and mumbling in the stream, Yeah, I know. I pretty much, because of the way YouTube is, I pretty much need to be a guest on big streams with big streamers if I want to get bigger. It's pretty much true. It's practically the only way in which that I grow in big numbers. I have seen growth if I, upload every day and then the algorithm, sees me favorably for that. And I'll get 50 new subscribers through that, after a week's worth of effort. That's as much as I get in a week is 50 new subs, maybe 100. But it's usually when I'm on a big stream or I speak to a big name person that's usually when I get bumped up a few hundred subscribers. That's usually the only way that occurs, because I have to imagine that based on some of the games that I play with the algorithm, I just don't get exposure. You would see videos get a certain amount of views if I wasn't just buried by the algorithm. It would happen from time to time. And on the videos that it has happened to, it's only been on drama videos with big name people. It's the only time I've ever gotten a lot of views is when basically I put out like a big name like Ethan Klein, and then that video gets like hundreds of thousands of views. But the problem is with that, there's no retention because half the people just want, watch a video shitting on him, and then the other half hate me because they support him. So it doesn't really help me in any way, and I don't get any ad money or anything through it, so I don't really get anything from it other than it adds views to my overall channel, but unfortunately on YouTube, that doesn't mean anything. Yeah, I could do scheduled streams and that. I can't go on the Lotus podcast. I'd have to fly to fucking England, and I don't even think I could get in there. I would have to fucking fly to Swindon. I don't even have a passport. It would be the first video or the first stream or anything that you'd see me IRL. Going on the Lotus Eaters. But that's the thing. The thing is, I don't think Sargon and his cadre, despite I know that at least one of them knows who I am and they like me, from what it seems. I don't think that I would be necessarily welcome on the Lotus Eaters because I don't fit the vibe. I don't blend in. I don't mesh well with the Lotus Eaters. I'm quite unprofessional, and they're very, very tight and, or not tight, but stitched together, I want to say, and proper. That is their method of doing things, and I'm very much the opposite of that. Like, I'm gonna go on the Lotus Eaters and be like, "What's up there, Carl? I'm here to drop some N-bombs, baby." And I'm gonna get fucking the building is gonna get swatted, and I'm gonna get arrested. Like, you can't do it. Yeah, button down, formal. Yeah, upstanding. Yeah. Yeah, they do need somebody like me on the show because I do listen to their stream pretty often. I listen to their stream. And I have to say that while they're not necessarily wrong in their commentary, they need some color commentary. Let's put it like that. That I like the commentary, I like the stream, and I pretty much like everyone who works for Sargon. Like, I've listened to pretty much everyone that there is on the show. And I pretty much like everyone who's on the show. I haven't had a problem with anyone who's on there of what they say or their commentary style, anything. Like, I don't have any kind of complaints about that. But I do think that they don't have any kind of color commentary. I guess the Carl is the best they got for that. But maybe they want some. Maybe they want some color commentary, and I think I could provide that. Color commentary. Oh, chat. Yeah. Well, the thing is, though, the minute I show up on that fucking, the minute I show up on that goddamn stream, that's it. The minute I show up on that stream and I start letting loose, they're done, man. That show's over. They're getting banned off of fucking everything. They're gonna get fucking, oh god, what is the Parler? They're gonna get parlered right off the internet. They're gonna get Alex Jones. They're gonna be gone. They're gonna have one wild man on the set and they're gonna be done. They're planning, well, I think they already do have their own servers? I thought they do have their own video program or whatever, platform for their own website. Get deported. No, the problem is in England, I don't even, or in the UK, I should say, I don't think I would be deported. I think I'd just be jailed. I get fucking put into a prison cell with a bunch of Pakistanis and be raped and stabbed to death. I'm pretty sure that's what happened in the UK. If I went there and was dropping N-bombs and stuff, they'd arrest me, they'd stick me in a cell with a bunch of Pakistanis, and then I'd be murdered. Like, that's what would happen. Fentanyl Floyd. They have talked about George Floyd in the past, but they haven't, like, they're always pretty, they're usually pretty serious about, like, when they talk about it. I have seen them say, like, George Floyd, he didn't get murdered and stuff like this. Like, they have pushed back on that, I've seen. But, they haven't cracked any, like, fucking hardcore jokes or anything like that. Because I don't even know if you can in the UK. Is it even legal in the UK to crack jokes against George Floyd, St. Floyd? I'd have to flee to the USMB. I'd be like Julian Assange. I'd be like running down the street towards the fucking, running down the street, walking like, or I should say, strutting down the street like John Lennon would. And racing towards the U.S. Embassy because I dropped a hard R in the UK. That's how it would go. I'd be like Julian Assange locked in the U.S. Embassy for the rest of my fucking life. Because I dropped a hard R in the UK. And then every once in a while, I just open the window to the embassy and just be like, nigger! And all the UK people are like, oh, that's so indecent of him to say. And they wouldn't be able to stop me. I'd be trapped, but so would they. I'd be in the UK still, you're... I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. I'd be the Rorschach of the UK where I just go around and be offensive. Eventually, the royal family would have me assassinated. I get poisoned by, like, fucking uranium or some shit. I'd be irradiated to death. It would be like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I shit on the NHS. I just yell out the window, like, your NHS is failing. Universal healthcare is a myth. It's never going to work. You invited in the third world, and they're sucking you dry. The NHS is going to fail, and you deserve it. And then, like Tuesday and Thursday, I just yell out nigger. That's the schedule we're gonna set. So get them to give you an LRAD so everyone can hear you. I'd have to like flee to Russia. That's what I'd have to do. I'd have to be like Edward Snowden. I'd have to flee to Moscow. Get stuck in Moscow after dropping an M-bomb in the fucking UK. Oh, I don't care about your sacred cows, people in the chat. Oh, you can't say that, Louis. I don't care. Fuck your sacred cows. Fuck the NHS. It's going to fail and you deserve it. Privatize your system. The NHS is cancer. It's garbage. And when it collapses, you're going to get what you deserve. I guess there's really no other fucking issues going on because everyone's just memeing in the chat, so I imagine there's not much going on. There's supposedly some kind of storm happening. I don't know when. I'll look it up. Southern New York and New York City, it remains in effect until 6 a.m. this morning. It's not even snowing outside. We're supposed to get like I don't even know how much we're supposed to get. Where's the fucking article? Better not play a fucking video. Why don't they just show a map? Where's the accumulation, you fuck? That's all I wanted to see is some kind of map. Let me see if it's under images. Nope. Just generic pictures. Oh, it's a massive storm in 2021. Yeah, right. They always say that. They said that earlier in the year, I'm pretty sure, that we're going to get some big snowstorm, and it was freaking nothing. Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. Thanks a lot, New York Post, you assholes. I hate autoplay videos, dude. Jesus Christ, do I need to type in accumulation? Like, what is the amount of snow that we're fucking getting? Jesus fucking Christ. I can't even fucking find an article that will let me view it! Just let me view what it is. Fucking finally. Jesus Christ. It's, oh my god, dude. It's just a probability thing. It's not even how many inches we're getting. Ugh. I just see 18 to 24 inches of snow. Yeah, fucking where? I know, it's more than just fucking New York City, so fucking where? They'll tell you the temperature, and they'll tell you what the percentage chance that there's going to be snow. Yes, we know there's going to be fucking snow. How much fucking snow? The only thing I'm able to find is the tweet that says the snowcast is 18 to 24 inches for New York City. So get raped, New York City. Enjoy your 2 feet of fucking snow, you faggots. I know I have listeners down there. Get raped. Enjoy your fucking 2 feet. Have fun plowing your sidewalk and all that shit. 2 feet's not that big a deal. Always exaggerating. Oh, it's gonna end the world. 2 feet of snow. Oh. Get over it. It's not that big a deal. We haven't really got that much snow this year. It's been like that for like the last few years. We didn't get a lot of snow last year either. I like plowed my driveway like frickin' twice. And this year, I probably shouldn't have done it earlier today, but I'll probably, tomorrow I'll do it. It's not even, it's like a few inches on my driveway. It's barely anything. So even this year, we haven't gotten a lot of snow. It's been like, 2 times this whole winter that there's been like any kind of serious snowfall. And by serious, it's like a few inches. Yeah, I'm turning into a legit weatherman. It's how little is going on that like the last part of the stream, I'm just giving you the fucking weather. But it's true. It is true. Oh, Cheese says, I'm freezing my cock off here in North Florida. It's supposed to go down to the 30s. So much for living in Florida. By the way, who would you rather fuck? Meghan McCain or Sydney McCain? Oh, God. Fuck that. Neither. Meghan McCain is literally the living embodiment of what I view as guys bragging about, like, oh, bro, my wife has huge tits. Bro, do you know my girlfriend has huge tits? And she's like this misshapen, fat land whale. And Sydney McCain is just a satanic whore, so no thanks there either. But yeah, Meghan McCain is really irritating. Because she's kind of just hideous. She could be like not very attractive, but probably like what most guys would be like, oh man, she's like a 10, bro, and in reality she's like a 6. She could probably achieve that if she wasn't grotesquely fat. But yeah, honestly, the other day, a bit of a tangent, but what else do we have to talk about? The other day, I was at the 7-Eleven near me, and I was getting, like, gum, and what else was I getting? Something to eat. Green tea, maybe? I was getting something there other than gum, but I bought gum specifically. Go in there. I look around for a little bit, and there's like one other couple in there, and I'm looking around. I grab some stuff. I go up to the counter. I'm looking at the gum below the counter. I'm picking some pieces of, some packs of gum to put on the counter. And then I stand up, and the cashier's cashing me out, and I turn away, and there's some people over by, like, the Slurpee machines. And I look over at them, and it's this, like, taller-looking guy in weather wear, winter wear. And he's probably, like, 6'3", probably does some kind of trade. He's in good shape, lean. He's got, like, a real well-cut, cut beard, normal-looking hair. There's nothing real, not real, like, slobbish, as, like, a poor person would look. Not tattoos and wigger, that sort of deal, like normal sort of like middle class looking guy in his 30s, probably early 30s, right around my age. And just standard looking, normal looking guy, not a supermodel, but he's in shape, he's tall, he looks like he's middle class, and standing next to him is his girlfriend. And they're speaking to each other like, hey, baby, hey, sweetie. Like, they're using pet names. So it's not like his sister or his cousin or something. It's his girlfriend. And she is, like, 5'3", 300 fucking pounds, morbidly obese, fucking disgusting, problem glasses, ugly fucking haircut, fat, puffy face, just hideous. Ugly is sin. And I'm just looking at this combination, and I'm just like, why are you with this woman? Why are you with this fucking woman? Are your standards so abysmally low that, bro, this is the best you could get? When you are normal looking, you are tall, you are in shape, you are middle class, this disgusting fucking landwell is the best you can get. That's what you fucking settle for. And I look at that, and I fundamentally don't get it. I don't get it. Like, if he was fat and she was fat, I would understand. But he's in shape and tall, and she is this small, fat, ugly woman. Why are you with her? Why is she your girlfriend? When you have to go to the bedroom and you are a normal, functional male and you have to basically play the role of a gynecologist just to find this fucking beluga whale's pussy so you can fuck her? You have to pass your way through the folds to find her pussy. Why are you with this woman? Why? And the reason I say that is to not just be mean to this guy, but it is to say that anytime I see people in the chat, when I see people on Twitter, when I see people talking about, oh, my big tits, oh, my girl's got big tits, well, I'm really into big tits. I think a lot of that is cope for my girlfriend / wife / whoever is fucking fat as shit, treats her body like a garbage disposal, but hey, man, she's got big tits. She's got big tits. She's triple my fucking weight, somehow, despite the fact that I'm fucking 6'4". But, bro, she's got big tits. I honestly think that is cope. Online, that's what people are coping over, is they have a woman who's fat, but they can't really brag about her in any other way. It's just, well, she's got big tits. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I get that feeling. I have that feeling that that's where it's coming from, is everyone rambling about big tits. It's the fact that their girl does have big tits, but it's one of the folds she has, really. That's honestly what we're speaking about. This is a fuck the fans moment. No, it isn't, okay? I'm speaking truth to power here. All right, this is not a fuck the fans moment. I'm speaking truth to power here. All right, we need to raise our fucking standards, boys. Raise your fucking standards. If you are in shape, middle class, 6'4" tall, and are otherwise a normal guy, why the fuck are you dating a fucking fat midget? What is going on? People need to find their fucking standards. Am I wrong here? I think I'm right. I think I am speaking truth to power. That everyone bragging about and rambling about big tits on the internet is really coping for the fact that their girl is fat as a fucking planet. And the fact is that there are enough decent-looking girls who are in normal shape to date. I can see them. I have seen them. Come on, people. Raise your fucking standards. Everyone out there, oh, fat is not thick. No, it is. It is. What thick is fat 4 years from now. Okay, thick is the inevitable decline to fat. And that is a hardcore fact. If you are thick at age 25, you are going to be fat by age 35. Guaranteed. If you aren't a fitness nut, that is a guaranteed end. That you are going to be fat by age 35. And not just a little fat, but like fucking, she is a femme gunt fat. That's the truth. I remember one time, I'm pretty sure somebody might have asked me this on stream, but I was in college when somebody asked me this. With somebody I knew, I forget what campus it was, but somebody I hung out with after class once asked me, because there's this fat girl in class, if I would ever fuck a fat girl. And I said to him, I don't even think I could fuck a fat girl. Not because of, like, the joke of being able to find her pussy, but I don't even think I could get it up. I honestly don't think. Like, I don't know if any of you, I'm sure most of you have seen pictures of fat women naked. I don't even think I could get it up. I mean, maybe you're a more alpha man than I am, that you're the fatty fucker, you're the chubby chaser, and you can fuck a fat girl. I don't even think I could get erect. And I mean that. I'm not even bullshitting you. I genuinely don't think I could get it up to fuck a fat girl. Because I find them, like, more disgusting than just about fucking anything. Like, you're going in to fuck a fat girl, and she didn't bathe correctly, so she, like, one of her fat folds moves, and you just feel the stench of, like, old sweat, like, just wafting off of her. Like, oh yeah, that's gonna get me hard. Yeah, like, I don't fucking think so. I don't think it's gonna happen. Alcohol is a hell of a drug. I don't know, bro. People in the chat, well, you're the ones chasing them. You're the ones chasing them. I'm the one disavowing them entirely. Okay, I'm out here disavowing the fatties. I am out here right now telling you no fat chicks. And you guys are all out there, ooh, what about thick? What about this? No. I am saying no fat chicks as a hard rule. No negotiation. That is the standard that I am asserting. That is my standard, and it should be yours. And you guys are out here, oh, what about this? What about that? And I'm just saying, there are consequences to fat girls and fat folds. There are serious consequences that you will not understand until you realize, like, you watch a documentary about what it's like to be fat, or you watch a health documentary that talks about, like, or a hygiene thing. I think that's where I got that from, is like a hygiene thing of like what happens when you don't shower or you don't take care of yourself. That if you're overweight, you can get sweat that like pours into your fat folds that dries and gets moldy and shit. It's fucking disgusting. But those are the women you're out here like, bro, I got a massive hard-on for those women. I'm out here condemning them. You're out here being like, oh, bro, I got a serious hard-on for this fucking ham planet. When I'm telling you, no, there are consequences to this. Industrialization has been, oh God, what is the saying? I'm fucking it up, but like, there's been serious consequences to the Industrial Revolution has had serious consequences to the human race. Whatever the saying is, like, that is my reference to fat women. All right, I'm not even joking. And you guys are the ones that are defending them, all right? I'm not. It's you people. It's not me. It's all, especially everyone on Twitter. Everyone on Twitter is the biggest. Everyone on Twitter is a chubby chaser. Everyone on Twitter is a chubby chaser. Everyone. I am one of the few people that has any kind of standards on Twitter. Everyone else other than me on Twitter is a fucking chubby chaser. They're ready to fucking harpoon the land whale. They're ready to fucking land on the ham planet and colonize it. Like, they're disgusting, and the women they want to fuck are disgusting. Yeah. So I'm hoping to convert people to my side about this, because we need to find some fucking standards. Oh yeah, somebody said it in the chat. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. And I mean, people can talk about, I'm talking about fat women and fucking hyphenated surnames. Okay, if we're gonna have a hierarchy of disasters that have come from the Industrial Revolution, fat women and fucking hyphenated surnames. Come on, put them on the list. Let's see. This is Rob. Rob says, "Hey Louis, would you ever want to visit Australia? Yeah, if I want to take a fucking 21-hour, however long plane ride, bro. No offense. I might as well visit Japan. It'd be like a fucking 20-hour plane trip. Our political situation, you gotta understand, I'm on the East Coast, bro. I'm not even on the Pacific, man. Our political situation is probably the least fuck in the English-speaking world now that Biden is in. I don't know about that. Aren't you having, like, insane lockdowns? Aren't you having, like, New Zealand-style crackdowns there? I thought your political situation was fucked. I thought Australia was in a bad spot. I thought they were having all kinds of problems. But I haven't really been keeping up on Australian news. Not that I've seen. I'm just going to say this to anybody who's in the chat. If you are married or are on your way to, becoming married, or if you are in a long-term relationship, you better bring this issue up now, because I'm telling you right now, you're getting disavowed, man. You're getting banned out of this chat. If you come in here with your real name, you got a hyphenated last name because you took your wife's last name, you're out of here, bro. You're a cuck. Okay? I don't care if you are married and all that. You are a fucking cuck, and you're out. You're out. Fuck taking a woman's maiden name. Fuck that. That is straight up cuck shit. So fuck that. Anyways, I guess we're pretty much out of, topics. I don't know if there's anything left. We're out of topics. We're out of super chats. We got anything left? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! Oh my fucking god! Look at this shit. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. That is so fucking cringe. Somebody sent some videos my way for Copcast. Alright, so that's good. Oh, we got the Floyd coin right here, baby. It doesn't even have a dollar amount. I love the big fucking lips, like gigantic fucking nose, big beady, like super spread apart eyes. Every person that draws George Floyd, they paint him in such an unflattering fucking capacity. I've never seen more fucking unflattering images than of George Floyd. They paint him in such an unflattering way. But I love Liberty. I love it. Just great. Yeah, Liberty to be a fucking degenerate, drug-addled fucking criminal. And 2020 on it. And it's like, it doesn't even have... What's the dollar amount? Is this like one of the dollar coins? What the fuck is this? What is this coin? What is the dollar amount? Fucking idiots. St. George Floyd. We was coins and shit. We was dollars and shit. Even the coin is broken dirty. God damn. Disavowed. Mr. Wee in the chat. Disavowed. I can't avow that kind of language on this stream, brother. I have to disavow. I'm sorry. His nose really was wider than his mouth. Like I say, like it's all the images of him are really unflattering. Oh man, I can't even say some of the things people are saying. It's worth $13.50. Oh shit. Oh shit, it's $6.50. It's the brand new $6.50 coin. Somebody, I swear to God, somebody send that to me with $6.50 on it. Somebody, if you got Photoshop, put $6.50 on the coin right now. I can't do it because I'm doing the stream, but get the image of that coin and put $6.50 on it, and I'll retweet that shit. I swear to God, I'll retweet that shit. Somebody right now, put $6.50 on that coin. Like right under where Liberty is, with that space under Liberty, put $6.50 on that coin. Do it. Do it right now, and I'll retweet that shit. Oh, 3/5 of a cent. No, Cowboy Curtis, that's way too far. And it's also esoteric knowledge of 3/5. A little bit esoteric. $6.50, I would say, is well, even the $6.50 is a little esoteric, because $13.50 is more popular, but I like $6.50. $6.50 is more my thing. My thing is $6.50. Because that's honestly more true. It's counterfeits. Well, it is counterfeit. It's very reminiscent of what he actually tried to do. No, I won't get banned. I won't get banned for tweeting that. Come on, give me a break. I will not get fucking banned for retweeting a fucking image of George Floyd coin with 650. I am not going to get banned for that. Yeah, I saw the video where they got Rachel Dolezal to say 650 Club. That was on Beauty and the Beta. They did that. It was for Beauty and the Beta. They got Rachel Dolezal to congratulate the 650 Club. I saw that. Watch the Rochester, New York police video. What police video? Are you this person, Morva? Okay, here's a Portland video, so it's not that one. You're going to have to specify which one of these are. If you just sent me these videos, you're going to have to specify. Because you sent me like 5 videos. Alright, it's not that one. This is in Ulster, New York. Do you mean that one? Oh, okay, well then somebody, Alright, I guess I'll just do this one. Is this one any good there, the Morva and I saw in the chat, this one right here? I don't really want to pick it up more than once. I guess I'll mute this, because I was, oh shit. No audio. Oh, hold on, let me turn this down until we got.
How are you?
Hi, sir. Why did I get pulled over?
2 things. 1, you cut me off without signaling back down 9W.
I did signal, sir. I know I signaled.
And 2, is this your car?
This is my car.
It's registered to you?
Yes.
What's your name? Shana Shaw. And your license is suspended.
I just cleared it all through DMV.
Cleared all? Do you have the paperwork?
It's at home.
That stinks. All right.
I have somebody pick up the car.
Where are you headed to?
I'm meeting my friend here to eat. I just got off work.
Where are you coming from? Where do you work at?
I work in Newburgh.
In New...
You can follow me home.
No, I'm not following you anywhere.
I can prove that I
Shayna?
have everything cleared, though. I can prove it.
Shayna?
I can prove it, though.
Okay.
So you're going to arrest me after I just left work. And
I'll switch it so you can hear it better.
I'm a nurse. After I just left work to meet my friend. This is what you're going to do to me, officer.
Don't make this difficult.
This isn't anything difficult.
Yes, you are. You're being very difficult right now.
How am I being difficult when you're arresting me for nothing? And I can prove that my license is unsuspended.
That's why you've got to bring it to court and have to carry it with you at all times.
All right, but so you're going to...
And hold on. Step back here.
I'm not... No, you're bugged out. I'm calling my lawyer. I'm calling my lawyer. Stop. I'm calling my lawyer. I'm calling my lawyer.
Get out of the car.
I'm calling my lawyer.
Well,
Why are you grabbing me like that?
Get out of the car.
Stop.
117 Kingston. Can you send me another?
I gotta say that one of my complaints is they need to, when you issue demands, you gotta issue them firmer, and you gotta keep saying them. Don't just say get out of the car once and keep tugging at her. Keep saying get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car. One of the reasons cops are able to get acquitted of charges and shit is because they can say, I issued commands 400 times. It said drop the gun 400 times. Like, he should be vocalizing every single time he pulls on her, step out, get out of the car, get out of the car, get out of the car right now, get out of the car. Him not doing that is he's fucking up on that.
The car to my stop.
Why are you doing this? Stop! Stop it!
You're under arrest.
Stop!
You're under arrest. Stop resisting.
Stop! I'm not
Stop
resisting!
resisting.
I'm not resisting! I'm not resisting!
You are resisting. Stop resisting.
Okay, so he improved it now. Now he's actually said multiple times, you're under arrest, get out, and you're under arrest. So far, he's doing better now.
Put your hands.
I'm not resisting! I'm not resisting! I'm not
Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not resisting. You cannot arrest me. I'm in a parking spot. You cannot legally arrest me.
So this, to me, is the 650 in a nutshell. And it's the thing I keep explaining to people that people are mystified by. Everyone's mystified by this when it comes to black people. Like, they legit don't get it. Like, it doesn't matter. You can't arrest me. You're retarded. You fundamentally don't understand the authority of the police. The police can arrest you anywhere, anytime, any reason, like, if they're going to arrest you, they can arrest you. They have the authority to arrest you. Does that make it a lawful arrest? No. But that's something that you then have to figure out later on in the process. But as soon as the cop says you're under arrest, I'm taking you into custody, put your arms behind your back, you have to fucking comply, you idiot. And the thing is, black people in particular just don't get it. They think like, oh no, I can resist the police. And most people don't understand that a lot of people look like they think like this. They think like this. They think you can just say fuck you to the police and not get arrested.
You cannot legally arrest me parked.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
Yeah.
You cannot legally arrest me parked. I'm calling my lawyer, yo.
Gotta unmute myself. You don't have a fucking lawyer, bitch. You don't have a fucking lawyer. Do you have any idea how much money it is to keep a lawyer on retention so you could say my lawyer? I have a lawyer. You have a lawyer on retention, bitch. Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't fucking think so. I really don't think you have a lawyer. If you said my family's lawyer, my father's lawyer, I could potentially believe you, but I have a lawyer? You have a lawyer on retention, bitch? I don't fucking think so.
I'm gonna tase you if you don't get out of the car. Kingston, send me another car. Ulster, whoever. Get out of the car.
They're recording you.
I'm recording also. Get out of the car. You're under arrest.
How am I under arrest? And I'm in a parking spot. I'm in a parking spot. I'm in a parking spot.
You're under arrest.
I'm in a parking spot. I'm not resisting arrest.
You are under arrest.
I'm not resisting.
You're under arrest.
Why are you bending my arm?
Because you're under arrest. You're under arrest.
You're bending my arm. Let go of me.
Stop resisting. You're under arrest.
I'm not resisting arrest.
Get out of the car.
I'm not resisting.
Get out of the car.
I'm not resisting arrest.
Get out of the car.
My arm.
Get out of the car and put your hand behind your back.
Bill, is he at? Is he secure?
I need another unit parking lot of Buffalo Wild Wings.
I'm in a parking.
Oh, I had to mute myself, but you just missed me laughing about Buffalo Wild Wings.
Car at Buffalo Wild Wings, and he's pulling me out of a car.
We need to be fucking clear, okay? You can't arrest somebody at a Buffalo Wild Wings. Wild Wings, rather. Or a Lings. Buffalo Wild Lings, the Chinese restaurant, can't arrest somebody there either.
He's grabbing me.
You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Get out of the car.
He's grabbing me out the car.
You're under arrest.
I'm in a park location.
You're under arrest. Get out of the car. Get out of the car. You're under arrest. You're under arrest. Get out of the car.
I know I criticized this guy before, but I actually appreciate he's not issuing commands in the best way possible. But I do appreciate the fact that he keeps reiterating, you're under arrest, you're under arrest, you're under arrest. That's something that a lot of officers don't do that I think they should do more of, is outside of continuously issuing commands to step out of the vehicle, continuously saying that you're under arrest or, you know, something to that effect. That, you know, the reason I think they don't say that is because they want to detain them until they have a charge, because I think they can get in trouble if they arrest them and they don't have an actual charge to carry with it. So that's why they detain until they have a charge so that they can make an arrest. But I appreciate that if you have a charge to arrest somebody over, just say you're under arrest over and over again. Because I think for the boomers and the normies, that's going to work well. I think it's going to work well for the normies. They see video like this, and the cop keeps saying, no, you're under arrest, you have to comply, you're under arrest. I think a lot more normies are going to understand what's going on here.
Stop it! Stop! I'm not resisting!
You're under arrest. Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting. I'm not.
Get out of the car.
I'm not resisting.
Well, then get out of the car.
I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car.
I'm not resisting.
You're under arrest.
I'm not resisting.
Yes,
I'm in
you
a
are.
parking spot.
You're not
I'm not
cooperating.
resisting though.
You're not
I'm not
cooperating.
resisting. Let go of me.
You're
Let
under.
go of me.
You are under
Let
arrest.
go of me. You just threatened to tase me. You just threatened to tase me. Let go of me. I'm in a parked car. Legally, you cannot arrest
Yes,
me.
I can.
Legally, you can.
I'm just gonna reiterate, like, again, black people seriously believe shit like this. Like, I'm in a car, therefore you can't arrest me. Like, as far as I know from watching body cams, that's where most people are fucking arrested. Is they get pulled over, they got a warrant out or some shit, then they get arrested. A lot of people get arrested when pulled out of vehicles. So, but this is the problem. Black people honestly think this. Like, oh, I'm a ship captain in my, my traveling vehicle, therefore I can't be arrested. Weird, Byzantine, stupid shit that they honestly believe. So I don't think she's making this up, pretending or anything. I think she honestly believes this.
Not stop me. Legally,
Shayna?
if I'm parked, you
Shayna?
cannot pull me over.
Shayna, stop.
Let go of me. Let go of me. Let go. Let go of my arm. You are hurting me.
I just gotta say, though, maybe there's something I'm missing in Ulster, New York. Maybe in Ulster, New York, like the Buffalo Wild Wings is basically like being in international waters. I don't know, if anyone in the chat is anywhere near Ulster, New York, because I don't know where the fuck it is. You let me know. When you're in Ulster, New York, and the Buffalo Wild Wings, is that like international territory? Is it like the international waters? Is that what's going on here? There's a problem with jurisprudence? Is that the problem?
Let go.
If you get out
Let
of
go of
Shayna.
me. Let go of me.
Shayna.
Let go of me.
Shayna.
Let go of me. You
You're-
just threatened to tase me.
I didn't threaten
Yes, you threatened to tase me. They heard you. They heard you threatened to tase me.
Get out
No.
of the car. You're under
Let
arrest.
go of me. I want my lawyer.
You'll get your
I
lawyer.
want my lawyer. I'm parked. I'm in a parked car. I'm in a parked
Jason, get
car.
another unit.
I'm in a parked car, and you cannot legally pull me over if I'm parked.
17 got multiple.
I am in a parking spot. Ow!
Get out of the car. Do it now. You're under arrest. Get out of the car.
Again, I gotta say, he's picked up the issuing commands. He's now doing consistently. So I think that right now, as far as I can tell, this officer's completely in the right. He's issuing legal commands over and over again. He's even gone as far as a lot of officers don't do this, as I've said, like, and I criticize this. He's just flat out said, you're under arrest. So he has all the authority on planet Earth to aggressively take you into custody. When you are resisting him, whether it's aggressively fighting him or passively, by resisting but not, like, allowing you to be taken, like, voluntarily allowing yourself to be arrested, it's passively resisting. As long as you're resisting, he will escalate force. And he has every authority to do that. He has all the authority in the world to continue escalating force until you surrender yourself or you are taken into fucking custody. That's just the way it is.
Why am I under arrest?
I explained it to you
Why
already.
am
You're
I
under arrest.
Why? Why? What did I do? I parked my car. I came to work. What did I do? What did I do?
You're under arrest.
What did I do? You're hurting me. 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 Don't touch my vehicle. Don't touch my vehicle.
Get out of the car, man. Listen to me.
Let go of me. You're hurting my arm. He cannot legally arrest me. I'm in a parking spot.
Listen to me for a
I'm
second.
in a parking spot. He cannot legally. He cannot legally. He just threatened to tase
Can you
me.
listen to me for 1
He
second,
just
ma'am?
threatened to tase
Ma'am,
me.
I'm
Get
just-
your officer.
Damn, dude, that was like some good old boy Southern shit right there. He like dragged her ass. Look at let me roll back at there. He's like freaking dragged her ass out and onto the ground, just straight up like drag. That's some good old boy shit right there.
Put your hands behind your back. Do it now. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
You're good. You're good.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting!
One detained. Slow it down.
Oh, yeah!
Alright, ready to go up.
Gotta lock it.
He takes the 117 status.
Here, hold on a second. Go ahead. Have a seat for me.
She's been having like a fucking panic attack for half this shit, man. It is so fucking ridiculous. Like, the minute, like, it's like, apparently, like, black people used to be, like, fighting with cops, but nowadays, it's like, as soon as a cop shows up and is like, hold on, can I see your ID? They start literally having, like, a panic attack and they melt down like a bunch of children. It's just so pathetic. And it works, apparently. It works for white liberals. Apparently, white liberals find this to be so persuading. But for me, it's like, you're acting like a fucking baby.
One in custody. You just can back it down.
I fell on my fucking...
Oh, shit, they don't give a fuck. Let me fucking roll that back. I fell on my... Boom, they shut the fucking door.
Here, hold on a second. Go ahead. Have a seat for me.
One in custody. You just can back it down.
I fell on my fucking...
No one cares, bitch. Get in the car and shut up. No one fucking cares. Shit.
Receive 1 in custody and 55.
Smokes.
All responding units, copy direct. 9-6 copies, I'll be out shortly.
You alright?
Yeah.
If you just want to pull ahead so your car doesn't get damaged. Here.
You okay?
Holy smokes.
And now we go to the classic fucking faggot with the cell phone cam.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, I speak like a fucking faggot in like a valley. Oh, this is so gross. Oh, it's so grody. Oh my god, the police are manhandling this innocent black woman. Oh.
Oh my god.
Stop resisting.
I'm not resisting!
Whoops, I accidentally muted myself. Andrew says, shout out to the John Hunter Association members in the chat. Yeah, thank you. That was somewhat of a cringe video. Did you guys at least hear me make fun of that guy? Did anyone hear that? Me do the gay voice and make fun of that guy? I'm hoping you guys at least heard that. It would have sucked if my semi-homophobic joke was not aired. It'd be disappointing. So what are the other stream videos? The third is an officer-involved shooting. Let's see what that one is. It's a minute long. Alright, we'll pop this one up. What's going on with this? Probably loud as fuck.
Get in the car right now. Shots fired, shots fired. Shots fired, shots fired.
Street.
Come on.
No, face my direction. Oh, okay. There you go. Like I said, he can.
God damn it, I muted myself again.
Elected officials.
And
He called me.
And
He called me because he was in an emergency situation. Thought you told me to walk up
Nope.
the line. I was
You have
here for my son.
have to
It was
pay
an
attention to these
accident,
instructions.
not for this. This is
You
the
have
only
to
reason
pay
why I
attention.
got in my car.
It's
Dude,
important.
dude,
I'm
take me
not.
home.
I'm not being
Let
a
them
jerk.
take me home.
I'm not being a jerk. What
Let
I need
them
to
take me
what
home.
I need you to do.
I am a justice of the peace
I
from
don't-
Washington County Quorum Court.
Look at
and
me.
I know Sheriff
Look at me.
Helder.
Hey,
He
I
is
do
a
too.
friend of mine.
I know him too.
Sheriff
I work for
Helder
him.
is a friend of mine. Call him.
I didn't ask you to have your mom be on the
It's not
way.
her fault.
It's not my fault. I'm here.
I'm surprised, because I watched Donut Operator, and this one doesn't strike me as familiar. I don't recognize this one at all.
For my
Do you want to do
son.
the test? Yes.
You're
right now.
being a jerk.
No, I'm not.
You
I'm
are.
I'm trying
You're
to.
being a jerk. Why are you being that way? Why? How old are you?
I'm 24.
You're 24. I'm 41.
Okay.
Do you have kids?
Yes.
Okay. So understand the fact that when your child calls you and they've been in an accident, you're going to be there no matter what.
Not if
I actually have seen this one. I have this. That just jolted my memory. I have seen this video before.
I've been drinking now.
That's not true. I'm going to
If you're
talk
in
to
an
Judge Woods. What is your name?
Officer Paredes. Officer Paredes.
Step back.
To be
No, I
patient
am.
with you.
I am a
You wanna do the
officer
test?
of the
You
court.
don't care who you are. Stop.
Do you
You're here
understand?
to take me. I refuse.
Put your hands on your back.
No.
your hands behind
No.
your back.
No.
Don't resist.
No. 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 I'm a third grade teacher. I have to go to professional development tomorrow morning.
Stop.
Record this.
It's being
Record
recorded.
this.
I like
But
that.
can we drive her home?
No, she's going to jail. You're over here accusing me of something, of saying something that I never said.
Cops lie all the time. We all know that.
Okay, okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Thank you for being understanding. Cops lie all the time. Go ahead. Have a good evening. Have a good evening. Go. Go.
I appreciate your help. I appreciate
No, because that you can go, sir, or you're going to be arrested for obstruction.
You better go. I'm not
Go.
touching anything.
Yes, my investigation route. Move.
How do we get her?
Good luck to you. Okay.
How do we get her back?
Good luck to you. And good luck to you.
Well,
Have a good evening. Cops lie all the time, sir.
well, he watches YouTube videos all the time. He's older.
well-
I don't.
I love that shit. But he watches YouTube videos all the time. He ain't watching my YouTube videos.
Does anyone know what happens to her car?
It's going to get towed.
Towed?
Yes.
Like, we can't take it?
No. Especially when I have someone like that being extremely disrespectful. You need to get off my scene or I'm going to take you to jail too.
Oh.
for obstructing. You're on my scene right now. You can't even, you're not even supposed to be on the highway. Get in your car and go.
What about this car?
It's going to get towed.
It's okay, Dad. Can I go get my wife?
No, because I lie. Go.
It's probably give a 17-year-old watching way too much YouTube.
Well,
I know, but I was at my home. I was fine until I knew my son was in trouble.
you had been drinking and you
I had
shouldn't
a few glasses of wine. That doesn't mean that when my son calls and says he's been in an accident, that I'm not going to go.
You got to find a ride. You can't drive.
What are you talking about, dude?
That's
I'm going to make this so fucking public. You're going to be so fucking... This is so bullshit.
I think the public's going to like the way that you're talking to me, the way you're cussing. That's what we want.
I love it.
I'm not.
And you know...
I gotta say, this guy is antagonizing her. Like, she's a fucking piece of shit. She was implying a threat against him, but here he is, like, going back there, like, yeah, you can shut the fuck up. That's pretty funny. He is being a little bit, he is inciting a little of this.
Then why are you arresting me? Let me go home with my freaking family that was here. What does someone do in that case?
Call
what
her
does a parent do? They go to their child.
Or you
That's what I did. I went to my child. I was in professional development all day today for my school. I am a 3rd grade teacher. I also drive a school bus every day.
Okay.
During the... What do you mean, okay? That's what I do.
Okay. What? I don't know what you want me to say to that.
I was elected for a reason, and I am a law-abiding official. I was drinking at my home. My child got in a car wreck.
So?
My child got in a car wreck. What would you do? What would you do if your child got in a car wreck?
Run to my neighbor if I've been
What would you
drinking.
do? Call someone? There's no time.
I don't understand this. Like, the brother's on scene, the kid's on scene, the fucking mom's on scene, the dad's on scene. Why not take... What the fuck? Like, how is everyone fucking there? No one couldn't have given this bitch a ride? Was she even the first one there? That would be my question. Who's the first on scene, other than the kid who got in the car wreck? How the fuck is she there? The guy's there, the brother's there, uncle's there. Everyone's fucking there. And this bitch... Why is it was necessary for her to drive herself? You know, I've been in car crashes before. I was, like, the first car crash I ever got into, I was, like, 17 years old. I think I was 16. Like, 16, almost 17. I got in a car wreck, and I called my father, and I was like, Dad, I was in a wreck. And my father basically told me to go fuck myself. You know, that's my life. My mommy and daddy didn't show up. My dad basically told me to go hang myself. So I pretty much had to wait till the cops showed up, handled it that way, exchanged insurance information, and then I went straight to work. I got late to work. I was late to work. I got fucking harangued about that, about being late and all this shit. Meanwhile, mommy's got to drive drunk to the scene for her child.
All I knew that he was in a wreck. I just needed to get to him. I needed to get to him. He's my only kid. How dare you for arresting me for that? What the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with your sense of good doing? My God, I was going to my kid. I had like 3 glasses of wine. Don't shake your head.
28 is John.
You're not innocent.
Frank 0879.
By the way, I'm a single parent. By the way.
Okay, so now I have even more questions. She's a single parent. Okay, who the fuck were those other guys? Who the hell were those other guys that were on scene? It was like 2 kids. She's the mom. Some random younger guy. I assume that's like the uncle or the brother, her brother, their uncle, and then her father. Like, why the fuck is everyone in the family there? Like, no one could have given this bitch a ride. Everyone's there. Everyone from the uncle to the father to, the grandfather to everyone's fucking there. No one could have given this bitch a ride.
And that is supposed to have an effect on this.
Oh, okay. Right. I was at home doing my own thing, and my child was with his girlfriend and had a wreck.
and I went to the wreck and I got arrested in front of him. You're the reason why cops have a bad name. People like you that arrest people like me that were there for a child that needed me. My child needed me, and now you took me away from him.
So if
He
you would,
was just in a wreck, and my kid needs me, and you arrest me when I could have gone home with my dad.
like I just said,
It's political. I think it might be political. Are you being political right
I have no idea who you are, and I.
Shit, is it political? Are you sure this isn't political? It's like, how the fuck would this be political? What? Who the fuck are you, and who the hell is this guy? Like, it's political. What? You drove drunk, you crazy bitch. She's like a bus driver. Like, what?
I can care less, so no.
We didn't know who you were until you told us.
Told her, watch me. What's your name again?
You said you wouldn't forget it. It's Officer Paredes.
What?
Paredes. In front of the store right here.
My bra is coming down. Can someone fix that?
They'll help you out. A female will help you out. I'm not gonna do that. I told you.
My kid totaled his car, and you have me here. Who are you?
Officer Paredes with the Prairie Grove Police Department.
I'm a school teacher, a bus driver, and an elected official, and you arrested me. I just wanted to get to my kid. Anything to do with you, Officer Perez? I have nothing to do with you. You are a bad person. You are a bad person.
Listen to me.
A good person.
Man, this bitch is straight up melting down. Look at her face, dude. Like, her whole body is turning fucking pink because she's just flaming out. You know, I gotta say this about women, is like, eventually you gotta grow up, okay? If my mother did this, I would be embarrassed to fucking death. I would want to basically jump out a fucking window and kill myself. If this is how my mother fucking behaved. And thank Christ she isn't this way. Thank Christ for that.
Person would have let me go home with my dad or my brother because I went to my son's wreck. You, on the other hand, don't be rude.
It has to be someone else. That's childish. Act your age. Okay, you're a grown woman. A suspension on your driver's license but it's not limited to the suspension or revocation of your driving privileges.
But I am
and if you are a
bus driver.
Listen, and if you are a commercial driver.
I can't understand this bitch. It's like, oh, I'm a bus driver. It's like, yeah, you probably made fucking $14 an hour to do that shit. And you drove drunk. No one's gonna want you driving their fucking kids, you goddamn idiots. As soon as this gets made public, which it's going to because you made the biggest fucking deal about it, you're gonna lose your job either way. What a fucking idiot. Like, her turning into a fucking cherry. Becoming like a literal, like, her face, her whole body is turning into a fucking cherry. It's molting into a cherry because she's fucking hysterical and drunk. It's like, if you would just calm the fuck down, it wouldn't become a story. The worse you act, a bigger news story it's gonna fucking be, you idiots.
I have wine at my own house, and then now I'm being
And if you are
doing that, this bullshit.
No, you're
I actually said a prayer in quorum court yesterday for all of you guys. I wanted to know what's going on with me. Call Sheriff Helder.
Are you gonna make a decision?
No, I want you to call Sheriff Helder. No.
I need you to make a decision, or it's gonna mark it as a
Please
refusal.
call Sheriff. Don't try to pressure me.
I'm not pressuring you. I don't want you to be marked as a refusal.
Call Sheriff Helder.
Are you gonna make a decision?
No, I want you to call Sheriff Helder. No. Call Sheriff Helder, please.
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
Keep going. You gotta blow harder. Keep going. But I'm sorry.
I advocated for your chief of police. Please let your chief know.
I can let him know, but it's gonna be tomorrow in the morning when he comes into work. I'm not gonna wake anyone up.
Exactly what you did to me. I will let him know it all. He knows me, and I stuck up for him in the quorum court. Remember that. My brother was
Deep breath,
there.
tight seal, and blow like you just.
My son just had a wreck, and you arrested me in front of him.
I asked if
you put me in cuffs in front of my kid.
I walked you over.
Oh no, you didn't. He saw it all.
I'll tell you stuff. Deep breath, tight seal, blow. Keep going.
You have no idea.
No, you cut.
I think the reason why she's getting angrier and angrier and angrier is because she realizes she's fucked. Like, she tried to cry her way out of all this shit, but she's getting angry and angry because she knows she's just straight up fucked. She's dropping everyone's names. I know the sheriff. I know this person. I know that person. She's trying everything in the book, but it's not working. So she's just getting angry because she realizes she's fucked.
No clue. You have no clue. Me being here is all you.
I accept that. Deep breath, tight seal. Keep going. You gotta blow harder.
I'm so glad.
Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going.
My son just had a wreck, and you arrested me in front of him.
I asked if
You put me in cuffs in front of my kid.
I walked you over.
Oh, no, you didn't. He saw it all. I watched him see it all.
Take a deep breath, tight seal, blow like you're blowing a balloon until I tell you to stop. Deep breath, tight seal, blow, keep going, keep going, keep. The final result of this test, here. The final result of this test was a .17, almost double the legal limit. That's why you were arrested. You weren't arrested because you showed up, and you were arrested because you were 2 times the legal limit, almost. Your first result was a .185. Second result, 171. You're almost 2 times the legal limit as far as the final result is concerned. Why? It doesn't matter what it is, and it doesn't matter what the situation. We cannot drive or operate a motor vehicle on the highways of the state in that condition. And that means nothing. If you could check yes or no for that additional test down here at the bottom. So that's the one that we talked about, that you have the right to.
Well, you just ruined my career.
I hope that one day you realize.
I love it. It's just like, oh, you ruined my career. Bitch, what did you do, you idiot? You're the one who drove drunk. You fucking asshole. You could have just sent your brother or your father over there, for fuck's sake. But no, you had to insist on driving drunk and getting caught.
I said it was your decision, not mine, to get behind the wheel. Do you happen to know what this is? It was in your purse. It's a partial pill. No, you can't carry it.
I would God, don't put that on me too. It's my son.
Shit. Well, that was pretty funny. I have seen that before, and here's Donut Operator's video right here. Hammered Karen drives to a cop. Alright, well, Diddly Dooler said to check Discord DMs. I'll check that tomorrow there, brother, but thank you for the super chat. I'll check that tomorrow. That's enough cop videos for tonight. If you got more, I'll have a look at those for the next cop cast, because I still need 4 more. But, is there anything else before we call it a night there, people? Anything else before we call it a night? Or are we done? Let me know there, peeps. He sent me a channel to Columbus Police Body Cameras. Oh, yeah, there's some shootings on here. That's pretty interesting. I guess I'll have a look. Thank you there, what's your name? Morva. I'll have a look at that tomorrow. I'll like it, so I remember to look at it. Anything else, people, or are we done? It's 2:30 a.m. 2:35, actually. Anything else? It looks like chat's given up. Chat is... Press F for the chat, everybody. Chat is dead. Chat is done. Chat has given up. I really gotta say, you know, it's sad to see, but the chat is just fucking given up. Giving up life. Giving up everything. Can't abide by that, chat. Really disappointed in you. Disappointing to see. Alright, it's looking like we're done, so I will once again ask everyone in the chat who's listening to this to like this video and to go watch my previous video now that the stream is wrapping up, or just at a minimum like my previous video. But be sure to like the stream, like my previous video, go watch my previous video. I'm thinking about what I want to do next for a video. I got a couple ideas, and it includes the video, you know, the topic I was talking about earlier in this particular stream, but I'll debate whether I can actually turn that into a decent commentary or not, because it's not guaranteed. I also still need 4 more videos for Copcast, and I'll have a look at that channel that was sent to me by Morva. Diddly Dooler, I'll check your shit tomorrow when I get up. But, yeah, thanks for everyone stopping by tonight. Be sure to follow me here on YouTube. Subscribe to me on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. Follow me on Gab, such as it is. Follow me on Facebook. Support me using Subscribestar. Subscribe to me on Subscribestar. Give me the Gibbs. Give me the Gibbs on Subscribestar. And until then, everybody, you'll have to hang on to see what I come up with for the near future. All right, thank you for watching, and I'll do 10 seconds of dead air so it doesn't cut off the stream.